Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Fiction Moon, presenting to you today, What If Harry Was a Primordial Shadow Leviathan Hybrid and His Presence Collapsed the Ministry of Magic? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Was Never Just a Boy. The Dementors came onto the train at Dufftown Station, and every living thing with a heartbeat felt them. The temperature dropped first, not gradually, the way it does when a cloud swallows the sun, but all at once, like someone had reached into the world and pulled the warmth out by the roots. Students who had been laughing stopped mid-sentence. Cards fell from fingers. Conversations died. And in the space where all that noise had been, there was only the low, rattling sound of something breathing that had no business breathing at all. Harry Potter sat in his compartment and watched the frost crawl up the window glass. He tilted his head slightly, the way you might when you hear a sound in another room that you're trying to place. His green eyes tracked the ice crystals as they branched and spread across the pane, intricate as a signature. The light outside had gone gray and heavy. Somewhere down the corridor, someone started crying, a first year, probably, someone who didn't know yet that you weren't supposed to let the Dementors see you buckle. Harry. Hermione's voice was tight, controlled, the voice she used when she was frightened but refusing to be. She had her arms wrapped around herself. Across from her, Ron had gone the color of old chalk, his freckles standing out like rust spots. Harry, you should think of something happy. A memory. That's what you're supposed to. I'm fine, Harry said. He said it quietly, without looking away from the window. Not dismissively. Just as a statement of fact, the way you'd say it's Tuesday or the door's locked. Hermione blinked at him. Ron swallowed audibly. The corridor outside filled with shadow. Not darkness, there was a difference, and Harry had known the difference for as long as he could remember, the way you know the difference between silence and the absence of sound. Darkness was just the absence of light. This was something else. This was a presence wearing the shape of an absence. The compartment door slid open. There were two of them. Tall enough that they had to bow their hooded heads to clear the doorframe, and they moved with that horrible, gliding non-motion that made it look like the floor was moving beneath them rather than them moving across it. The cold that came with them was a living thing. It reached into the compartment and started pulling. Ron made a low, involuntary sound and pressed himself into the corner of his seat. Hermione had gone rigid, her eyes distant, somewhere else, somewhere bad. Harry knew what was happening to them. The Dementors were reaching into the soft tissue of their memories and finding the worst things, the most concentrated misery, the sharpest grief, and drinking. Harry felt them reach for him too. It was like a hand dipping into water and finding the water was watching it back. The nearest Dementor stopped moving. Not slowed, stopped. Completely still, in the way that only things without heartbeats can be completely still. Its companion halted half a step behind, and for a moment the three of them just existed in the same small space, two ancient creatures of despair, and Harry Potter, 13 years old, watching them with calm, unhurried attention. The cold receded slightly. Just a degree or two. Enough to notice. You should probably go, Harry said. He wasn't whispering. He wasn't performing bravery either, which would have looked completely different, squared shoulders, raised chin, the whole theater of it. He just said it the way he'd say it to someone blocking a doorway. Mildly. Conversationally. You should probably go. Something happened under the Dementors' hoods. Something shifted. And then, not quickly, not panicked, but with a certain unmistakable purposefulness, they left. The door slid shut behind them. The cold retreated down the corridor like water draining from a bathtub, and the gray light outside began to lighten, and somewhere in the distance a student stopped crying. Hermione came back to herself with a sharp inhale, blinking rapidly. Ron shuddered from his toes up to his shoulders and then shook his head hard, like a wet dog, like he was trying to physically fling the memories off him. What, Ron said, was that? Dementors, Harry said. I know it was Dementors, Harry, I mean, they just left. They never just leave. You didn't even do the Patronus thing, you didn't have a wand out. Ron stared at him. You didn't even flinch. I wasn't scared, Harry said, which was true. He looked at his two best friends, Ron still shaky, Hermione still pulling herself back together with visible effort, both of them looking at him with something that hadn't been in their eyes last year. Not fear exactly. More like the specific alertness of people standing next to something they've just realized they don't fully understand. He'd been seeing that look more and more. All summer, actually. The summer had been strange. Stranger than usual, which was saying something, given that usual for Harry involved a cupboard and a family who communicated their feelings about him primarily through well-aimed frying pans. But this summer had been different in a way that had nothing to do with the Dursleys, who had spent most of July and August pretending he didn't exist, which he found he didn't particularly mind. It started in June, the last week of second year, walking back from the Hogwarts Express. A crow had landed on the fence post at the end of Privet Drive and stared at him for a long moment with one bright black eye, and Harry had thought, absently, go on then, and the crow had dipped its head, actually dipped it, like a small, feathered bow, and flown away. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. Then in July he'd been sitting in the garden at 2 in the morning because he couldn't sleep and the night was warm and his bedroom felt like a box, and he'd watched his own shadow stretch across the lawn in the moonlight and thought, idly, longer, and the shadow had stretched. On its own. Without any corresponding change in the light. He'd looked at it for a long time. Then he'd gone inside and thought about it for longer. He wasn't frightened. He examined that fact carefully, the way Hermione examined facts, turning it over and looking at it from different angles. He probably should have been frightened. A normal person would have been frightened. A normal person would have gone straight to the nearest adult, or written to Dumbledore, or at minimum locked themselves in their room and had a solid panic. Harry had done none of those things. Instead he'd felt something that was the opposite of frightened, something vast and settled, like the feeling of remembering a word you've known for years but temporarily forgotten. Oh, he'd thought. There it is. It had been building since before that, if he was honest. Strange dreams that weren't quite dreams, more like memories of places he'd never been, depths he'd never swum, a darkness that wasn't cold or threatening but simply immense, the way the ocean is immense, the way geological time is immense. He'd always had those. He'd assumed, vaguely, that everyone had them. Apparently not. Are you going to explain what just happened? Hermione asked. She had her book open on her lap, an old habit, something to hold, but she wasn't reading it. She was looking at Harry with that particular expression she got when she'd encountered a problem she didn't yet have the vocabulary to solve. Not sure I can, Harry said. Try. He thought about it. Outside the window, the moors slid past, and the sky had gone from gray back to late summer gold, and the train swayed gently on the tracks. You know how, sometimes, when you're out after dark and you feel like something's watching you? And you look around and there's nothing there, but the feeling doesn't go away. Yes, said Hermione warily. I'm the thing that feeling is about, Harry said. There was a pause. Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Right, he said finally. So. Normal year, then. Harry smiled. It was a real smile, quiet, a little crooked, the kind that reached his eyes, and something in the air of the compartment eased, like a knot loosening. The man in the corner of the compartment had been asleep for all of this, or appearing to sleep, which Harry suspected might not be the same thing. He was young for a professor, or maybe just worn in a way that made him seem older than he was, grayish at the temples, a patched robe that had been good quality once, the particular exhaustion of someone who had been running from something for a long time. A tag on his luggage read R.J. Lupin. As the train pulled back into regular rhythm and warmth crept back into the carriage, one of the man's eyes opened. Just one. It fixed on Harry with an expression that was extremely difficult to read. Not alarm, not exactly recognition. More like a man who has been told about a thunderstorm all his life finally watching lightning split a tree 30 feet away. Harry met his gaze. Lupin closed his eye again. But his hands, folded in his lap, tightened slightly. Hogwarts at dusk was, as always, stupidly beautiful in a way that felt almost aggressive about it. The castle sat against the sky like it had been there since before the sky was invented and fully intended to remain after, its towers catching the last of the light while the lake below went deep violet and still. Harry watched it from the carriages and felt the familiar pull, not nostalgia, something older than that. Something in the stone recognized something in him. It had been doing that since first year, though he hadn't had the language for it then. He did now, or was starting to. The carriages moved. The thestrals, which Harry could see perfectly clearly, had always been able to see, though he hadn't known what they were until Hermione told him last year, moved with their quiet, skeletal grace, and Harry noticed that the ones pulling his carriage moved with a particular smoothness. No hesitation. No rolling white eyes. They kept glancing back at him with something that looked, improbably, like contentment. "They like you," said Neville Longbottom from across the carriage. He was watching the thestrals with a complicated expression. "I can tell. They're usually a bit skittish. Most things either like me or really don't," Harry said. "Not much in between." "Which is which?" Harry considered. "Anything that's genuinely dangerous tends to like me. Anything that's scared tends to panic." Neville thought about this with the careful seriousness he brought to most things. "That's either very comforting or very alarming," he said at last. "Yeah," Harry agreed. "I go back and forth." The carriages rolled through the gates, and Harry felt the school's wards press against him the way they always did, a brief, examining pressure, like a customs officer who knows perfectly well you're not quite what your papers say but hasn't yet decided what to do about it. In first year those wards had resisted him for a fraction of a second longer than they should have. Now they parted around him like water around a stone, easy and immediate. The stone was winning. The great hall was loud and golden and smelled of beef stew and warm bread, and the sorting hat did its song, and the first years filed in with their wet cat expressions of mingled excitement and terror. Harry watched them and ate his food and half listened to Ron's detailed complaint about the journey, which had apparently involved Percy being insufferable about his new prefect badge for approximately 4 consecutive hours. Hermione was already deep in her course schedule, making small annotations in the margins with a precision that suggested she'd done this several times already. It was fine. It was normal. Harry let it be normal for a while, which he was learning was a skill, letting ordinary things be ordinary without his attention making them strange. The sorting finished. Dumbledore stood. He was, as always, the sort of man who filled a room not because he was loud but because the room seemed to lean toward him the way plants lean toward light. Old and brilliant and carrying a particular kind of weight, the weight of a man who has made many calculations and is always, quietly, making more. His blue eyes swept the hall, landed briefly on Harry, and in that brief landing Harry saw something he hadn't seen there before. Not the warm, measured attention Dumbledore usually aimed at him. Something closer to reckoning. "Welcome," said Dumbledore, "to another year at Hogwarts. We have several announcements, most of them dull, which I will dispense with quickly in order to get to the parts that aren't." There was a ripple of laughter. "Professor Lupin joins us this year as our defense against the dark arts teacher, and I trust you will make him welcome. Additionally, as some of you may have noticed, the grounds of Hogwarts are under the guard of Dementors this year, by the Ministry's request. This is a temporary measure, a precaution, and I would remind everyone that these creatures do not discriminate between the innocent and the guilty." A pause. The lightness left his voice. "Give them no cause to approach you. Do not engage with them." His eyes moved to Harry again. "Just for a moment." "Finally," said Dumbledore, and his voice returned to its usual warmth, "I would draw your attention to the usual restrictions. The Forbidden Forest is out of bounds to all students. Mr. Filch has added 17 new items to the list of banned objects which is posted in his office for those who are curious, and the third-floor corridor, the one that most of you have already learned about, is now entirely accessible and contains only a very boring collection of charms. Classroom overflow. Storage. I am told by several students that this announcement is a disappointment, and I apologize for that. More laughter. Harry ate his stew. Under the table, his shadow stretched about 6 inches further than it should have, given the angle of the candlelight, and then pulled itself back. He noticed Hermione noticing. She looked at her plate. She looked back up. She said nothing. After dinner, walking back to Gryffindor Tower through corridors that smelled of stone and old wood and decades of chalk dust, she fell into step beside him and said, quietly, "Your shadow did something at dinner." "I know," he said. "Does it do that often?" "More than it used to." He glanced at her sidelong. "You're not going to ask me to explain it right now, are you?" "I'm going to ask you to explain it eventually," she said, which was the most Hermione-shaped response possible, a promise deferred rather than abandoned. "Fair enough." They went through the portrait hole. The common room was loud and warm and smelled of wood smoke, and Seamus was already telling an extremely inaccurate version of the Dementor incident on the train that had somehow expanded to include Harry wrestling one with his bare hands, which Harry decided not to correct because the actual truth was less explicable and more unsettling. He sat in an armchair by the fire and watched the flames and felt the castle settle around him for the night the way an old house settles its bones when it knows everyone's home. His first week back was quiet in the way that a pressure system building toward a storm is quiet, on the surface. Ordinary classes, ordinary homework, ordinary Hermione going to war with a course schedule she had somehow made even more logistically impossible than last year. He had potions with Snape, who looked at him the first day with a flat, measuring expression and said nothing at all, which was somehow more unsettling than the usual venom. He had Transfiguration with McGonagall, who was sharp and good and pushed them all harder than she had before, clearly having decided that third year was the year to stop being gentle about it. He had Care of Magical Creatures with Hagrid, who was brilliant and magnificent and terrified all the third years on the first day by introducing them to Buckbeak with an enthusiasm that did not adequately communicate the concept of please pay attention to the bowing because it genuinely matters. He had Defense with Lupin. That first lesson had a particular quality to it. Lupin moved through the classroom the way experienced teachers do, making it look effortless, which Harry knew meant it wasn't, and started not with theory but with a question. "Can anyone tell me what frightens them most?" The usual hands went up. "Spiders," said Ron, and then looked immediately like he wished he hadn't. "Failure," said Hermione, and said it steadily, without embarrassment. Various other answers floated up from around the room. Lupin's gaze moved to Harry. "Mr. Potter?" Harry thought about it. Genuinely thought about it, because it was a genuine question from someone who seemed to actually want the answer rather than wanting to hear something quotable. "I'm not sure," he said. "Most things don't frighten me the way they probably should. I worry about people I care about getting hurt. That's the closest thing." Lupin held his gaze for a moment. "That's a very specific kind of courage," he said, and moved on before Harry could decide whether it was a compliment. "Today we'll be working with boggarts. For those who haven't encountered one," the lesson proceeded. The boggart came out of the wardrobe, cycling through various personifications of fear, a spider the size of a house for Ron, a disappointed McGonagall handing back a failed exam for Hermione, a full moon that made Lupin's knuckles go briefly white before he steadied himself and let someone else go. When Harry stepped forward, the boggart paused. Not slowed. Paused. It sat in the middle of the floor in its between state, the state before it decides what form to take, and it stayed there. Its shape flickered, reaching for something, cycling through options, and found nothing to lock onto. Harry watched it with mild interest. The rest of the class watched Harry with various expressions ranging from confused to deeply unsettled. "It can't decide," Lavender Brown said, very quietly. The boggart flickered through shapes that didn't quite form, a flash of vast dark water, the suggestion of something enormous, something that receded before it fully appeared, and then, with the specific body language of a creature that has encountered something it has no idea how to handle, it reformed itself into a large, harmless-looking mouse and sat there blinking. Several people burst out laughing, the laughter of tension breaking. The mouse disappeared with a crack when Neville stepped forward with the incantation, and the lesson continued. After class, while everyone else filed out, Lupin said, "Harry, could you stay behind a moment?" Harry stayed. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance and waited in the corridor. Lupin gathered his papers, his back to Harry for a moment, and said without turning, "The boggart. It's designed to reflect its target's deepest fear. It's infallible, in 20 years of teaching. I've never seen it." He paused. Turned. Looked at Harry with that same careful expression from the train. "What are you, Harry?" It wasn't an accusatory question. It was a genuine one. Lupin asked it the way a naturalist asks about an animal he's never seen before, with curiosity as the primary driver rather than suspicion. Harry appreciated that about it. "I'm still working that out," Harry said. "But I think the boggart couldn't decide because whatever it needed to frighten me is either something it's never encountered before, or something it can't make itself look like because what I am is bigger than what it is." Lupin was quiet for a long moment. "Your mother," he said at last. "Lily. She was extraordinary. I've always known that. But I'm starting to think extraordinary doesn't cover it." "No," Harry agreed. "I don't think it does. If you ever want to talk, I know where the classroom is," Harry said, and he meant it kindly, which Lupin seemed to understand, because he nodded. Harry went out to the corridor. Ron and Hermione fell into step on either side of him, and they went to Transfiguration, and the afternoon slid past in a wash of ordinary magic, normal, bounded, rule-following magic that knew what it was and what it was for, and Harry performed all of it correctly without any effort at all, because it was simple. The way arithmetic is simple when you already understand calculus. That evening, after dinner, Harry sat on the edge of the astronomy tower with his legs dangling over the edge and his chin in his hand and watched the darkness over the lake. The Dementors were visible at the perimeter of the grounds, 3 of them, moving in their dreadful gliding way along the fence line. As he watched, all 3 of them simultaneously slowed. Stopped. Their hooded heads turned toward the tower, toward him, with that eyeless attention that should have felt threatening and instead felt like the way a small animal feels when it realizes something much larger is watching it. None of them came closer. After a while they resumed their circuit, and Harry watched the stars come out one by one, and somewhere deep inside him, in the place that was neither thought nor feeling but something older than both, something vast and patient stirred slightly and then settled again, the way the sea settles after a wave, not going anywhere. Just breathing. He pulled out his astronomy chart and started filling it in. It was his 3rd year. He was 13 years old. He had homework due on Thursday and Quidditch practice started next week, and Ron wanted to go to Hogsmeade as soon as they got permission slips signed, and Hermione was going to figure out whatever she was figuring out about him and ask extremely good questions about it. These were the things that were true and present in his. He was also something that had existed before the Ministry of Magic had a building to put its name on. Before the first witch picked up the first wand. Before the concepts that the wizarding world used to organize its understanding of magic had been invented. Something that had been patient for a very, very long time and was only now, in this thin-boned, untidy-haired 13-year-old body, starting to wake up properly. Both of these things were true at the same time. Harry had decided he was fine with that. He finished his astronomy chart. The Dementors stayed at the perimeter. The castle hummed quietly around him, and far below the lake was still and black and bottomless, and Harry went to bed at a perfectly reasonable hour and slept without nightmares because nothing in the nightmare business had any jurisdiction over him. On Friday, a letter came with the Morning Post. Not by Owl. That was the first strange thing. The letter arrived by Raven, a large one, glossy black, that landed on the edge of the Gryffindor table and fixed Harry with an eye that caught the light strangely, and dropped an envelope that was black and sealed with a wax stamp he didn't recognize. A symbol he'd never seen in any book. 2 circles, overlapping, with something that suggested water in one and something that suggested the absence of light in the other. The raven left. Harry turned the envelope over. His name on the front, not in any handwriting he knew, more like the letters had been pressed into the paper by something other than a pen. Ron was staring at it. Hermione had paused mid-bite. Harry opened it. Inside, a single piece of paper, and on it a single sentence. "You are remembering." Below that, 3 words in a script he couldn't read, but could, somehow, understand anyway. "We have waited." He looked at it for a long time. Then he folded it, put it in his pocket, and ate his toast. "Potions first today," he said. "I'm going to need the enthusiasm you usually save for Quidditch, Ron, because Snape will absolutely weaponize any sign of weakness." Ron pulled himself together. "Right. Yeah. Obviously." He stabbed a sausage with slightly more aggression than necessary. "We're not going to talk about the letter." "Later," Harry said. "Later," Ron repeated, with the specific suffering expression of someone who knows that later, with Harry tends to come with extremely complicated information attached. He wasn't wrong. But the toast was good, and the morning was bright, and the letter sat in Harry's pocket like a second heartbeat, warm and pulsing and patient, and all around him the school carried on being a school, and beneath the flagstones the foundations were old and deep and quiet, and Harry Potter, who was 13, who was something else, who was both of those things and getting more comfortable with it by the day, picked up his bag and went to class. Chapter 2, What Swims in the Deep? The defense classroom smelled like old parchment and something underneath that, a mineral sharpness, like air before lightning, that Harry had never smelled in any other classroom. Lupin was particular about his space. He kept the windows open regardless of weather, pinned diagrams of magical creatures to the walls with the casual intimacy of someone who had spent real time with them, and arranged the desks in a loose semicircle rather than rigid rows, which Hermione had noted with quiet approval on the first day and which made the classroom feel like a place where thinking was expected rather than just listening. 3 weeks into term. October was coming in cold and wet, and the corridors between classes had become an exercise in managing umbrellas and steaming robes and the particular misery of having wet socks inside stone corridors with no central heating to speak of. Today Lupin had pushed the desks back entirely. "Today," he said, moving through the cleared space with his hands in his pockets, "we're going to talk about what dark creatures actually are. Not how to defeat them. Not their Latin classifications." He paused at the window, looking out at the grey grounds. "What they are. What they want. Why they do what they do." "They want to kill us," said Dean Thomas, not rudely, just practically. "Some of them," Lupin agreed. "Though kill is often too simple a word. What does a Dementor want, Mr. Weasley?" Ron straightened slightly at being called on. "To feed? On happiness. Positive emotion. And why does that make it a dark creature? Plenty of living things feed on others." "Because it destroys what it feeds on," Hermione said, without raising her hand, which was so unusual that several people turned to look at her. She didn't seem to notice. "It doesn't just take. It removes. There's a difference between predation and negation." Lupin looked at her with genuine pleasure. "Exactly. Dark creatures, the ones that deserve the category, are defined not by violence but by removal. They take something from the world and the world is less for it. The magic is diminished. The creature doesn't care. It exists in a fundamental opposition to the flourishing of what surrounds it." He turned back to the room. "Which is why the standard approach of simply learning to fight them is insufficient. You need to understand what you're opposing. Today, practical demonstration. I've arranged," he crossed to a large, covered object in the corner that Harry had noticed when they came in and decided was either a cage or a very exciting piece of furniture. "A hinkapunk." He pulled the cover off. In a glass tank sat a small, wispy thing, one-legged, smoky, carrying a little light in its cupped hands that flickered blue and cold. It looked, honestly, more forlorn than frightening, but Harry knew better than to judge by appearance. The light it carried was the point. That light led travelers into bogs. The Hinkapunk didn't hate its victims. It just didn't care whether they lived or drowned, and the indifference was the danger. The lesson unfolded well. Lupin was a genuinely excellent teacher, the kind who asked questions he didn't already know the answer to and seemed to enjoy being surprised. He walked them through the Hinkapunk's behavior, its habitat, the counter-jinx for its misleading light, and then had them practice in pairs while he circulated and corrected. Harry worked with Hermione, who executed the counter-jinx perfectly on her first attempt and then spent the remaining practice time asking Lupin supplementary questions about Hinkapunk ecology that turned into a 6-minute digression about bog habitats in magical Britain which Harry found genuinely interesting and Ron found genuinely the opposite. 45 minutes in, Lupin set the Hinkapunk aside and said, "All right. I want to try something slightly different." He was looking at the middle distance in the way he did when he was improvising but didn't want to look like he was improvising. "Pair work, but I want you to explore the concept of resonance. The idea that a defensive spell isn't just a counterforce, it has a quality, a feeling. What does your Patronus feel like, for those who've started working on that? What does it feel like when it works?" "Warm," said Parvati immediately. "Bright," said Seamus. "Like something moving outward," said Hermione carefully. "Like the spell is going somewhere with intention." Lupin nodded. "Good. Now, the theory is that creatures like Dementors don't just respond to the magical energy of a Patronus. They respond to what it represents. The genuine emotional substance behind it. Which is why you can't fake the memory. You have to actually feel it." He paused. "Mr. Potter, I notice you haven't contributed." Every head turned. Harry was sitting on the edge of a desk. He'd stopped standing during the practice portion because there was literally nothing for him to correct, with his arms crossed loosely and his expression attentive. He thought about the question honestly. "I've never needed a Patronus," he said. "Against Dementors, you mean," Lupin said carefully. "Against anything." He held Lupin's gaze. I don't experience them the way everyone else seems to. The cold, the despair. I notice they're there. I understand what they're doing to other people. But they don't do it to me." The room had gone very quiet. Not the hostile quiet of people judging, more the held-breath quiet of people realizing they're witnessing something they'll remember. "What do you feel?" Lupin asked, quietly enough that it was almost just for Harry, "when a Dementor gets close?" "Like something in me gets bigger," Harry said. He said it simply, no drama in it, the way you describe something you've observed. "Not scarier. Just, larger. Like the space I take up increases." Lupin said nothing for a moment. His expression did several things in quick succession and then settled on a careful neutrality that was clearly costing him some effort. "Right," he said. "Let's move on to the counter-jinx for the Hinkapunk's light. Everyone on their feet." Harry unfolded from the desk and stood. Around him, people started moving, but slowly, with the distracted quality of people whose minds were somewhere else. Neville, passing him to get to his spot, gave Harry a look that was half admiring and half the specific expression of someone recalibrating their understanding of reality. Harry nodded at him. Neville nodded back and went to his spot. Everything was fine. It was a good lesson. The counter-jinx was straightforward and everyone had it by the end except Seamus, who had it by almost the end, which was close enough. Then Draco Malfoy said something stupid. He'd been building to it all lesson, Harry could tell because Draco always built, the way you can feel a sneeze coming before it arrives. He'd been watching Harry with a look that was calibrated to seem superior but kept sliding into something else, something less comfortable, and he'd been whispering to Crabbe on his left with the barely suppressed energy of someone who has decided to throw a stone at something and is just working out the angle. As they were packing up to leave, he said it to the general room rather than to Harry specifically, which was a technique Harry recognized, the coward's approach to provocation, where you say the thing without quite saying it at anyone, so you have plausible deniability. "Must be nice," Draco said conversationally, examining his wand with great interest, not to feel anything. Like a proper animal. Most of the class went still. Lupin, who had his back turned sorting his notes, didn't immediately move. Harry looked at Draco. Not sharply, not angrily. Just looked at him with the calm, level attention that Harry had lately noticed made people uncomfortable in ways that surprised them, because it was too steady, because there was nothing in it that they could push back against. Draco met his gaze and held it for about 3 seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than most people managed these days. Then something happened. Harry didn't do it deliberately. He didn't decide to do anything. But the air in the classroom changed, not dramatically, not with wind or cold or obvious magic. Something subtler. The shadows in the corners of the room deepened slightly, becoming a bit more present, a bit more there than shadows normally were. The light through the windows stayed the same, the candles burned on, but the quality of the space shifted, the way a room shifts when someone very large quietly stands up. Not threatening. Not in any way that could be pointed at or named. Just, the room acknowledged something. Something that had been sitting quietly in the corner of one of its desks, and was now paying slightly closer attention. Draco Malfoy, who was not stupid, whose instincts had been sharpened by a lifetime spent around actual dangerous magic, felt it before he understood it. The color left his face in stages. His carefully maintained sneer faltered. Malfoy, Harry said. His voice was exactly the same as it always was. That was what was wrong with it, actually, that there was nothing different in it, no anger, no threat, nothing to respond to. It was conversational, the voice he used for pass the pumpkin juice or have you done the transfiguration reading. I'm going to give you some genuine advice, because I don't have anything against you personally and I don't particularly enjoy making people feel the way you're feeling right now. He tilted his head. Stop. Whatever this is. The comments, the looks, the whole performance. I don't say that because I'm angry. I say it because you're smart enough to know when you're out of your depth, and you're out of your depth. Draco said nothing. That's it, Harry said, and picked up his bag. Good lesson, Professor. He left. Ron and Hermione flanked him in the corridor with the practiced smoothness of people who had decided to simply match his pace and process later, and behind them they heard Lupin say something quiet to the class about packing up, and the classroom began to move again, but slowly, the way things move after something has shifted the air. Malfoy looked like he was going to be sick, Ron said when they'd turned the first corner. He's fine, Harry said. The shadows went weird, Hermione said. Not accusatory. Just noting it. I noticed. Did you mean for that to happen? No. He considered. But I wasn't sorry it did. She nodded slowly, processing. Harry. The letter. From the Raven. What about it? You said later. It's been 3 weeks. It has, he agreed. So. He glanced at her. They were moving through a side corridor that connected the defense wing to the main stairs, and it was quiet here, just the 3 of them and the sound of their footsteps on stone. It said I was remembering. And that someone, something, has been waiting. He paused. I think it's connected to whatever I am. Whatever the other part of me is. The part that makes Dementors leave, Ron said. Yeah. And Boggart's confused. Yeah. And shadows go strange. That too. Ron chewed on this. Right. So what is it? The other part? Harry had been turning this over for 3 weeks, feeling at the edges of it the way you feel at the edges of a word that won't come. Something old, he said finally. Old enough that the ministry doesn't have a category for it. Old enough that the categories themselves are younger. Like trying to classify water using words invented after water had already been doing its thing for geological ages. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then, your mother. Lupin mentioned her too. Lily Potter was known for magic that shouldn't have been possible, Hermione said, and her voice had taken on that tone she used when she was thinking out loud, building a structure as she went. The protection she left on you, everyone says it was love, sacrifice magic, that's the textbook explanation. But sacrifice magic has parameters. It has limits. What you're describing doesn't have limits. She looked at him sideways. What if the sacrifice didn't create the protection? What if it woke something up that was already there? Something that was already part of you? Harry said nothing. He walked and thought about it and let the idea sit, which was a thing he'd gotten better at, not rushing to conclusions, not panicking when the conclusion was large. The corridor opened into the main staircase. 3 other students were ahead of them, talking about Quidditch, and the ordinary world did its ordinary thing all around him. Yeah, he said quietly. I think that's it. The thing about Hogwarts was that it talked. Not literally, though Harry sometimes wondered. But information moved through its population with a speed and efficiency that no official communication system could match. By the end of dinner on the day of the defense lesson, a version of what had happened to Draco and Malfoy had reached every common room in the castle, and by breakfast the next morning the version had grown considerably in the telling. The version that reached Gryffindor involved Harry making all the shadows in the classroom stand up and point at Malfoy. The version that reached Slytherin involved something else, something darker, something that people weren't quite able to put words to, and it was the Slytherin version that was truer, which was perhaps why the Slytherin table was the quietest at breakfast on Friday morning. Draco himself came in late and sat with exaggerated calm and ate nothing. Harry noticed, because Harry noticed things, and felt a complicated mixture of guilt and the absence of apology that he was still figuring out how to hold without it becoming something ugly. The Gryffindors were not quiet. They were, in fact, extremely loud, with the specific energy of a house that has just realized it contains something interesting and is deciding how to feel about it. Seamus wanted to know if Harry could do it again. Lavender wanted to know if it was scary, and when Harry said no, looked both disappointed and impressed. Fred and George Weasley, who had heard the story from Ron and processed it through their unique collective intelligence, arrived at breakfast with the expressions of people who had discovered an unexpectedly useful business opportunity. Potter, said Fred, sitting down across from him with his elbows on the table. Weasley, said Harry. Heard about defense. I imagine most people have. We're thinking, said George, appearing on Harry's other side with the synchronized smoothness of people who have been confusing people together their entire lives, that there's an untapped market here. We offer protective services, Fred said. Against bullying, general unpleasantness, the Slytherin Quidditch team, and all we need from you, George said, is occasional presence. A strategic visit. A lingering. You want me to linger menacingly near people you don't like, Harry said. We prefer atmospherically discourage, said Fred. No, said Harry, but he was smiling, and Fred and George took the smile as the victory it was and retreated down the table to plan something else, pleased with themselves. Hermione, who had watched this exchange with the expression of someone filling in the last square of a crossword, said, They're not wrong that your presence is doing something. It's been 3 weeks, Harry, and the whole school's atmosphere has shifted. In what way? Students who used to get hexed in corridors, younger students, quieter ones, aren't getting hexed anymore. Not because anyone's intervening. Just because, she paused, choosing her words, the people who used to do the hexing seem to have recalculated. Harry thought about this. He ate his eggs. Outside the tall windows, the morning was bright and cold and the lake was steel gray and perfectly flat. That's not nothing, he said. No, she agreed. It's not. The owls came with the Morning Post. Harry received 2, one from Sirius Black, the notorious escaped prisoner, which he had not opened since it had arrived at the start of term and which he had been leaving deliberately unopened while he worked out what to do about it, and one from the Ministry of Magic. He opened the Ministry one first because the handwriting on the envelope looked official and he was curious. It was from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It was 3 paragraphs long. It was, in essence, a form letter, the kind with blanks filled in, that said Harry Potter had come to their attention in connection with some classified incident, the blank for what incident had been filled in with incident at Hogwarts, October 12, and that under Section 4 of the Being/Creature Classification Act of 1752, they were opening a preliminary inquiry to establish his status. Status, the letter said. Classification purposes. Harry read it twice. Then he put it down on the table. What is it? Ron said. The Ministry wants to classify me, Harry said. Hermione took the letter, read it, and her expression went through several transformations before settling on something sharp and determined. They want to determine whether you're a being or a creature, she said. Under the 1752 Act, if they classify someone as a creature, the Ministry has authority over everything. Habitat. Behavior. They can issue a containment order. They're not going to contain me, Harry said, without heat. Harry, Hermione. He looked at her steadily. They're not. She held his gaze. Something in her expression shifted, settling, like a piece of furniture finding its proper position. No, she said, more quietly. I don't suppose they are. He went to Dumbledore's office that evening. Not because he was worried. Because he was curious what Dumbledore knew, and because Dumbledore, to his credit, usually knew something worth hearing even when he was being infuriatingly oblique about it. The gargoyle stepped aside before Harry said the password, actually stepped aside, with the specific hurried politeness of someone caught blocking a doorway, and Harry went up the spiral staircase and knocked, and entered at the sound of Dumbledore's voice. Dumbledore was at his desk, writing, in the glow of a single lamp. Around him the portraits of previous headmasters dozed or pretended to, and Fawkes, the Phoenix, was on his perch in the corner. As Harry entered, Fawkes lifted his golden head and made a single, soft sound, not the full song, just a note, warm and resonant, and Harry felt it move through him the way music sometimes moves through you, finding frequencies. Harry, said Dumbledore, setting down his quill. I expected you sometime this week. You got a copy of the Ministry letter, Harry said. I received notification, yes. He gestured to the chair opposite, and Harry sat. I received a letter from Cornelius yesterday as well. He is concerned. About classifying me. About what you are. Dumbledore looked at him with that careful, serious attention, the one without the warmth he usually layered over everything, or rather, the warmth was still there, but it wasn't softening anything. I need to ask you something directly, Harry, and I would appreciate a direct answer. All right. How much of it are you aware of? What's happening, what you are, how conscious are you of it? Harry thought about it honestly, because Dumbledore deserved that. I've always known something was different, he said. Not what, exactly. But the dreams, the way certain things respond to me, animals, the castle, the Dementors today. The shadow. All of it's been there my whole life, getting louder. This year it's much louder. He paused. And I got a letter. By Raven. 3 weeks ago. It said I was remembering. And that someone was waiting. Dumbledore went very still. Not the polite stillness of someone listening. A deeper stillness. Do you know who sent it? He asked carefully. No. But I think it's connected to my mother's side. Her bloodline. He watched Dumbledore's face. You know something. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Outside the window the sky was fully dark, and in the dark the Dementors moved at the edge of the grounds, and even up here, through stone and glass and several hundred feet of vertical separation, Harry could feel their presence like a smell you can identify but can't place. Your mother, Dumbledore said at last, came to me 3 months before she died. She had discovered something in her family's history, very old records, predating the Ministry, predating Hogwarts. She was frightened, but she was Lily, she was excited by it. She said there was something in the bloodline that the family had carried for generations without knowing what it was, something dormant. She asked me if I knew what a primordial shadow was. Harry said nothing. I told her it was mythological, Dumbledore said. A concept, not a reality. An origin story some ancient magical cultures used to explain the existence of darkness before light, a consciousness that preceded the world's ordering. Pre-magic magic, some scholars called it. The power that existed before human beings invented the concept of power. He looked at his hands. I told her it was mythological because I believed it was. Because I needed it to be. And the Leviathan? Harry said. Dumbledore looked up sharply. In the letter, Harry said. There was a mark. 2 circles. Something in each one. I understood it without being able to read it. One of them was the Leviathan mark. Dumbledore sat back in his chair. He looked, for the first time in Harry's memory, like a man who has made calculations his entire life and has just now encountered a sum he didn't know was possible. The Leviathan bloodline, he said slowly, was thought to be extinct. Ancient creatures, older than most of magical history. Beings of the void between things. Not dark, not light, prior to both. They existed in the spaces magic doesn't reach. He paused. If your mother's line carried both, then I'm not a hybrid of 2 things, Harry said, completing the thought with the calm certainty of someone stating geography. I'm the meeting point of 2 things that have been approaching each other for a very long time. The silence in the office was absolute. Fawkes sang another single note. The portraits, several of whom had stopped pretending to sleep, were listening with varying expressions of fascination. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice had something in it that Harry hadn't heard before. Something like grief, something like relief, something like standing at the edge of a very large drop and understanding the size of it for the first time. What do you intend to do? Finish 3rd year, Harry said. Get my OWL prep sorted. Win the Quidditch Cup. He stood. And not be classified by the Ministry. The Ministry will push, Dumbledore said. Fudge he's not a bad man, but he is a frightened one, and frightened men with institutional power are going to learn something new, Harry said. He said it pleasantly, without any particular menace, the way you'd say the weather's turning. Observation rather than threat. He said goodnight to Dumbledore, who said goodnight back in the voice of someone sitting very quietly with a very large piece of information, and Harry went down the spiral stairs and out past the gargoyle and back through the corridor toward Gryffindor Tower. He passed 4 Dementors at the ground's edge, visible through a long window, and all 4 of them turned their hooded heads as he passed, and none of them came closer, and Harry walked on through the warm candlelit stone corridors of the school that knew what he was before he did, and let himself into the common room where Ron was losing at chess and Hermione was annotating something with terrifying focus, and sat down in his chair by the fire and felt the letter from the Ministry in his pocket and felt the one from Sirius Black in his other pocket and felt the enormous, settled weight of what he was sitting in the space behind his sternum where ordinary people kept ordinary feelings. The fire crackled. Ron swore at his knight. Good talk. Hermione asked, without looking up. Illuminating, Harry said. She nodded, and made another annotation, and outside the castle the night was very dark and very deep, and whatever had been waiting in it waited a little less patiently than before. Chapter 3, The Ministry Takes Notice. Cornelius Fudge arrived on a Tuesday. Harry knew before anyone told him. He was in charms, watching Flitwick demonstrate the summoning charm with the specific enthusiasm of a man who has loved this spell for 40 years and sees no reason to become less excited about it, when something shifted at the edge of his awareness. Not a sound. Not a sight. More like a change in the castle's atmosphere, the way you can feel a shift in air pressure before rain, except what Harry felt was more specific than that. Something had arrived at Hogwarts that was carrying a particular kind of energy. Small, anxious, institutional. The energy of someone who had practiced looking larger than he was. He noted it and went back to his summoning charm, which worked on the first attempt with such effortlessness that Flitwick made a small delighted sound and wrote something in his register. By lunch the whole school knew. Fudge had come with 2 Aurors and a woman from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures named Umbridge, who was described by the Hufflepuff who spotted them in the entrance hall as looking like someone had dressed a toad in a cardigan and told it to smile. He had gone straight to Dumbledore's office, and the meeting had been going on for 2 hours, and no one knew exactly what was being said, but everyone had theories, most of which involved Harry's name. Harry ate his lunch. "You're very calm," Ron said. "You keep saying that like it should be different," Harry said. "It's the Minister of Magic," Ron said. "He's here because of you." Dad would have 17 fits. "Your dad would also try to talk to Fudge about Muggle electricity," Harry said, "which I respect enormously, but isn't quite applicable here." Ron considered this. "Fair." "Harry." Hermione put down her fork. She had the look she got when she'd been researching something and had arrived at a conclusion she found both fascinating and alarming. "I've been reading the Being/Creature Classification Act. The full version, not the summary in Fantastic Beasts." She pulled a very dense piece of parchment from her bag. It was covered in her handwriting, which in research mode became microscopic and achieved a density that should have required a magnifying glass. Under Section 7, if the department classifies you as a creature rather than a being, the minister has the power to authorize, and I want you to understand this is the actual legal language, indefinite preventative containment in the interest of wizarding public safety. Indefinite containment, Harry repeated. In a facility of the ministry's choosing. Without trial. Without appeal, because appeal processes are only available to beings. She looked at him steadily. They're building the legal architecture to lock you away, Harry. Permanently. Before you've done anything. They're going to try, Harry said. You keep saying things like that, she said, and I need you to understand that I believe you when you say them, but the ministry has considerable, Hermione. He looked at her. Just looked at her, with the calm, particular attention that he was starting to understand made people feel the size of whatever they were looking at. I know you believe in institutions. I know that's genuine, it's one of the things about you that's real and good. But the ministry's authority is built on categories. Classifications. The idea that everything can be sorted into a column and a column can be managed. He paused. I'm not a column. She was quiet for a moment. Then she folded the parchment very precisely and put it back in her bag. I'm going to keep researching, she said. Just in case. I know you are, he said warmly. It's excellent. She tried to hide the slight smile. She mostly succeeded. A third-year Hufflepuff appeared at their end of the table, looking flushed and important. Dumbledore's asked for Harry Potter, he announced, to the general table, and then seemed to realize he was addressing the actual Harry Potter, and his expression cycled through several things quickly. You. He wants you. In his office. Right. Now, probably. Thank you, Harry said pleasantly, and stood, and picked up the last of his bread roll, and ate it while walking, which was the sort of thing that felt appropriate given the circumstances. The office was more crowded than usual. Dumbledore was behind his desk, which was unusual. He typically moved around his office during conversation, using the space, but today he was seated and the desk between him and the room was clearly deliberate. Fudge was in the largest chair available, which he'd presumably claimed immediately, wearing his lime-green bowler hat and robes that were excellently tailored in a way that announced money and importance and managed somehow to achieve neither. He was a round-faced man with a thick mustache and the specific expression of someone who has spent decades learning to look comfortable in rooms where he wasn't. Beside him, a short, squat woman in a cardigan the color of a bruise, with a wide smile that didn't reach her eyes or anything near them. Umbridge. She held a clipboard with the careful possession of someone whose clipboard was their weapon. 2 Aurors stood near the door, young, professional, clearly uncomfortable in the specific way of people who have been ordered to do something they're not entirely sure about. And Lupin was there, standing near the window, which Harry hadn't expected. His presence had a quality Harry read immediately. He was there as an observer, not invited, having made his own way in through some combination of Dumbledore's quiet permission and his own determination. He met Harry's gaze when Harry came in and gave a very small nod. Harry looked around the room. Took stock of it the way he'd taken stock of a chess game since Ron had started teaching him, not panicked, not performing calm, just genuinely reading the board. Then he sat in the remaining empty chair, which was smaller than Fudge's and placed slightly to the side of center, which was clearly intended to make him feel like the subject of the meeting rather than a participant in it. He crossed his ankles and looked at Fudge with mild interest. Fudge looked back. Up close, there were things in his face that his public manner worked to obscure, a sharpness in the eyes, a tension around the jaw that suggested he was more intelligent than he performed. He'd looked at Harry and recalibrated something. Harry could see it happening, some internal adjustment to whatever he'd been expecting. "Harry," said Dumbledore, "Minister Fudge has asked to speak with you directly. You're under no legal obligation to participate in this conversation, and I want you to know that." "I'm happy to talk," Harry said. Fudge smiled. It was a practiced smile, warm and reasonable, the smile of a man who had used charm as a professional tool for 30 years. "Good, good. Thank you for coming, Harry. May I call you Harry?" He didn't wait for the answer. "We're not here to cause any trouble. This is simply a precautionary conversation. A clarifying exercise." He glanced at Umbridge, who made a small note on her clipboard with an expression of tremendous satisfaction. "We've received some concerning reports about incidents at Hogwarts. Unusual incidents." "What kind of incidents?" Harry said. Well, Fudge looked at Umbridge again, which told Harry that Umbridge had the information and Fudge had the authority, and the arrangement between them was symbiotic in a way Harry stored away for later. "We understand there was an incident with Ministry-appointed Dementors on the Hogwarts Express. On September 1st. "Yes," Harry said. "The Dementors they left the train ahead of schedule. Before completing their search." "They did," Harry agreed. Fudge's smile held. "Can you tell us what happened?" "They came into the compartment," Harry said. "They stayed for a moment. Then they left." "And what did you do?" "I suggested they leave," Harry said. A silence. Umbridge's quill moved on her clipboard. "You suggested," she said. Her voice was soft and high and sweet, like honey that had gone slightly off. "And what form did that suggestion take? A spell? An incantation?" "No," Harry said. "I just said it." She wrote something." "I see. And the shadows in the defense against the dark arts classroom. On October 12th. "I didn't do that deliberately," Harry said. "Though I understood why it happened." "And why did it happen?" "Because something in the room felt like it needed responding to," Harry said simply. Fudge leaned forward slightly. "Harry." The warm smile was still there, but it was working harder now. "I want you to understand that we're not here as your enemies. The Ministry has a responsibility to every witch and wizard in Britain, and that includes you. We simply need to understand what we're dealing with, so that we can protect everyone. Including yourself." "That's kind," Harry said. He left a beat. "What does classifying me as a creature accomplish?" Fudge blinked. The smile slipped half a millimeter. "I'm not sure what the Being/Creature Classification Act of 1752, Harry said. Section 7. Indefinite preventative containment in the interest of wizarding public safety. That's the instrument you're building toward. I'm asking what you think it accomplishes." The room was very quiet. Lupin, by the window, had gone absolutely still. Dumbledore's expression was the studied neutrality of someone watching a chess game they'd been removed from. Fudge looked at Umbridge. Looked back at Harry. Something in his face dropped the performance briefly, just a flash, and Harry saw what was underneath it. He wasn't stupid. He wasn't even purely malicious. He was genuinely frightened, in the way that small men in large positions get frightened, not for themselves first, but for the thing they've built their identity around. He was frightened for the ministry. For the system. For the categories. A being that cannot be classified, Fudge said carefully, and his voice had dropped the warm act and become something quieter and more honest, is a being that cannot be governed. And ungoverned magical beings are what? Harry said. He leaned forward slightly, mirroring Fudge's earlier posture. Tell me what you're afraid of, Minister. Not the legal language. The actual thing. Fudge opened his mouth. Closed it. You're afraid, Harry said, that I'm something the ministry doesn't have authority over. And you're right. He said this without triumph, without cruelty. Just as a statement of fact, offered clearly, the way you clear a table before setting it. But I'm going to tell you something in return, and I want you to hear it clearly. He held Fudge's gaze. I have no interest in the ministry's authority. I have no interest in replacing it, dismantling it, or embarrassing it. I'm 13 years old and I want to finish school and fly my broom and eat decent meals. The ministry is not my concern. He paused. But the moment it makes itself my concern, he said, that changes. Umbridge Squill had stopped moving. Fudge sat back in his chair. He looked, Harry thought, like a man who had walked into what he thought was a negotiation and discovered it was a geography lesson, that the landscape was different from the map, that some of the things on the map didn't exist, and that some of the things that existed weren't on the map. We'll be watching, Fudge said finally, and it came out with less authority than he'd aimed for. I know, Harry said pleasantly. Most things are. He stood, nodded to Dumbledore, nodded to Lupin, and left. In the corridor outside the gargoyle he stood still for a moment and let himself feel the thing he hadn't shown in the room, not fear, not anger either. Something more complex. Pity, maybe, in the way you pity someone standing in front of a tide and pointing their finger at it. And something underneath the pity that was older and less comfortable, the feeling of understanding that this was not over, that Fudge would leave this meeting and double down because that was what frightened people in power did. He would go back to London and talk to Lucius Malfoy, because Harry had been watching the ways things connected all term and Lucius's fingerprints were on too many things to be coincidental, and together they would build something designed to be Harry-shaped, a cage made of legislation and classification and the polite, bureaucratic language of concern. He pulled out the letter from Sirius Black. He'd been carrying it for nearly 2 months. He opened it now, in the corridor, alone, and read it. It was not what he'd expected. He'd expected raving. He'd expected the letter of a man who'd spent 12 years in Azkaban and lost his grip on sense. Instead the handwriting was uneven in the way of someone writing fast, but the words were coherent and careful, and what they said was, I know what you are. Your mother told me. I was her friend before I was your father's. She trusted me with the secret she'd found in her family's history. I have been trying to reach you since I escaped. I am not your enemy. I am, if you'll allow it, your godfather. P.S. The dog in your garden last summer was me. I wanted to make sure you were all right. You seemed all right. Harry read it twice. He folded it. Put it in his pocket. Stood in the corridor for a moment with his hand pressed flat against the stone wall, feeling the castle hum under his palm, the old deep vibration of it, its particular warmth that was not temperature but something closer to recognition. I know what you are, the letter said. He'd been 13 for 2 months. He'd been something else for considerably longer. He went to find Ron and Hermione. He found them in the library, because of course he found them in the library, Hermione having apparently decided that the appearance of the Minister of Magic was a research emergency and Ron having followed her because the alternative was sitting alone with his thoughts, which he generally found less comfortable than sitting with Hermione's thoughts even when they came with mandatory reading. Harry sat down across from them and put both letters on the table. The Ministry one and the Sirius one. They read them in the order he'd put them down. Hermione read both twice, the Ministry one with growing indignation and the Sirius one with rapid recalculation. Ron read both once, the Ministry one with outrage and the Sirius one with considerable alarm. Sirius Black, Ron said, is your godfather. Apparently. Who escaped from Azkaban? Yes. And was watching you as a dog. In the garden, Harry confirmed. That's, Ron looked for the word. That's a lot. He knew my mother, Harry said. She told him what she'd found. What I am. He looked at them both. I want to meet him. Hermione looked up from the serious letter. Harry, he's a wanted criminal. If the Ministry finds out you've made contact, the Ministry is trying to classify me as a non-person and lock me in a facility, Harry said. She paused. Fair point, she conceded. He might know things about my mother's research. About the bloodline. About, Harry gestured vaguely at himself. About what the Raven's letter meant. Who sent it? You think he has answers, she said. I think he has pieces. Which is better than what I've got. He looked at them both. I'm not asking you to come. Ron looked offended. Obviously we're coming, he said. Who else is going to stop you from doing something extremely powerful and inadvertently catastrophic? Hermione. I'm coming to take notes, Hermione said immediately, and pulled a fresh piece of parchment from her bag with the focused purpose of a general issuing deployment orders. Harry smiled. The library smelled of old paper and wood polish, and outside its high windows the afternoon had gone orange and red, and somewhere in the school a clock chimed 4, and it was all very ordinary and very good, and he was, underneath the vast and complicated thing that he also was, simply very glad of them. They sent a letter that night by School Owl, to an address Sirius had included in his postscript, a hollow tree on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, which Harry thought was either a deeply clever hiding spot or evidence of 12 years of Ascanian eccentricity and was possibly both. He kept the letter simple, I got your letter. I'd like to talk. Wednesday evening, after dinner, east edge of the lake. Come as yourself, not the dog. Wednesday came with a frost that turned the ground silver white and made the castle breathe steam. Harry went to Transfiguration in the morning and turned his teacup into a small working music box that played a tune he hadn't decided on in advance, which McGonagall looked at for a long time without comment before giving him top marks. He went to potions and brewed a shrinking solution that was so correct that Snape spent 3 minutes looking for something wrong with it and failed, which was its own kind of victory. He went to herbology and helped Professor Sprout repot a batch of mandrakes that shrieked when disturbed, and discovered that they screamed considerably less when he was near them, which Sprout noted with the interested detachment of a woman who had been surprised by plants for 40 years and had decided to simply keep being surprised. After dinner he went to the east side of the lake, alone, because Ron and Hermione had understood without being told that this first meeting needed to be just him. The water was still and deep and dark, and the sky above it was the blue-black of early evening, and the mountains beyond the grounds were shapes against the last of the light. A man came out of the tree-line. He was thin, very thin, in the way of someone rebuilt from something less substantial, framework and intention rather than settled solidity. Ragged, still wearing robes that had probably been good when he was in prison and hadn't been replaced since. Dark hair, dark eyes, a face that might have been handsome before Azkaban had done what it did to it. He moved carefully, with the specific caution of someone who has been in enclosed spaces for so long that open space required relearning. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. You don't look afraid, Sirius said. His voice was rougher than Harry had imagined, but steady. No, Harry agreed. I wasn't sure what I expected. He stopped a few feet away, studying Harry with an intensity that was not threatening but was very complete. You look like James. Except what? Except James never made me feel like I was standing next to something that could take the ground out from under me, Sirius said, and he said it not with fear but with a matter-of-factness that Harry immediately appreciated. Your mother used to make me feel that way, sometimes. When she was thinking very hard about something she couldn't explain. Like there was more of her than the visible part. She figured out the bloodline, Harry said. She did. Sirius sat down on a rock at the lake's edge as though he'd done it before, which maybe he had. Third year she was at Hogwarts, your age, she came across records in a restricted genealogy text. Family records predating the ministry's founding. Something in her line, generations back, before the family started marrying into standard wizarding stock. She spent 2 years quietly researching it and then she told me. He paused. She said there was something in the Leviathan myths, real myths, the kind that aren't myths, that described her family. The way darkness worked differently near them. The way water recognized them. She thought it was dormant, whatever it was, just a trace. He looked at Harry. She had no idea. Because of my father? Harry asked. Sirius nodded slowly. James's line isn't ordinary either. Nothing as old as Lily's, but there's something in the Potter bloodline that was always slightly outside the normal magical register. Lily thought, he paused, looking for the right words. She thought James's magic was compatible with hers in a way that went deeper than love. That they were complementary in some structural way. And that whatever was dormant in her could only have been activated by something very specific. He looked at Harry with careful eyes. Like a catalyst. Like a killing curse rebounding, Harry said. Like a sacrifice that was also an activation, Sirius said quietly. She knew she was dying. She chose it. Not just to save you, though that was the whole of what she felt. But she knew that if she chose it freely, with full knowledge of what she was, it would wake something in you that Voldemort could never reach. He stopped. Swallowed. She was the bravest person I have ever known and I have known some extraordinary people. Harry looked at the lake. Its surface was dark and still and went down very far, and something moved in it, far below, or maybe that was just the water, doing what water did, being deep and old and patient. She sent the letter, he said. It wasn't a question. Sirius blinked. What letter? The Raven, Harry said. The black envelope. You are remembering. We have waited. Sirius stared at him. He stopped. Something moved across his face. That's a Leviathan contact. The Raven is a Leviathan messenger form. But Lily is, he stopped again. Dead, Harry said. He said it plainly, without the sharp edge that word usually had. It was true and it was terrible and it was also, possibly, not quite the end of the sentence. Or something that she left behind isn't. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Are you all right? He said, and the question was so direct and so genuine, stripped of all the institutional language and careful qualification that had surrounded Harry all day and most of the year, that it landed differently than it would have from anyone else. Yes, Harry said, and meant it completely. Genuinely. I'm all right. He looked at Sirius, this thin wreck of a man who had loved his mother, who had been wrongly imprisoned for 12 years, who had become a dog in his garden to check if he was okay. He felt something for Sirius that was its own kind of recognition, not the vast ancient kind, but the ordinary human kind, the kind that didn't have a name but sat warm in the chest. You should stay somewhere warm, Harry said. The shrieking shack isn't warm. Sirius blinked, then laughed, an unexpected, rusty sound, like a door opening that hadn't been opened in a long time. How did you know about the shack? I pay attention, Harry said. He stood up from his spot at the lake's edge. I'll come back Thursday. Bring food. He paused. Can you tell me anything about the people who sent the letter? The we who've been waiting. Sirius sobered. There are others, he said carefully. Others who carry the bloodline. Distant, very distant, kin. They've been dormant too, waiting for the lineage to fully manifest. His eyes were steady on Harry. When you're ready to know them, they'll make themselves known. But Harry, he paused. When that happens, the world will know about it. There won't be any containing it. Harry looked at him. Good, he said, without heat, without threat, just the calm and complete acknowledgement of something inevitable. He walked back to the castle through the silver frost, and behind him the lake settled, and the grounds were quiet, and in Hogsmeade Fudge's owls were already flying south toward London with reports that would be read, and worried over, and would generate meetings, and memos, and legislation, all the machinery of institutional anxiety cranking into motion, building toward something it could not accommodate, could not classify, and therefore could not stop. The castle received him as it always did. The stone warm under his hand. The shadows familiar as a second skin. He went to bed and slept, and in the morning there was Quidditch practice, and it was cold and brilliant, and he caught the snitch in 7 minutes, and would wept with joy, and it was a very good morning. Chapter 4, Leviathan's Memory. The dreams changed in November. Not the character of them, they had always been vast and dark and deep, those particular dreams that felt less like dreaming and more like remembering something in a language your waking brain hadn't learned yet. But the resolution improved. The way a photograph develops in a darkroom, detail emerging from blank white space with patient chemical certainty, that was what happened to the dreams in November. They sharpened. They acquired texture, geography, the specific weight of somewhere real. Harry started waking at 3 in the morning with the absolute knowledge that he had been somewhere. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione immediately, mostly because he was still processing and partly because Hermione's response to new information was to research it aggressively and he wanted to understand it himself first before submitting it to her considerable analytical machinery. He lay in his bed in the dark of the dormitory and stared at the canopy above him and let the images settle like sediment after stirred water. The thing about the dreams was that they weren't threatening. That was the part that would have been hardest to explain to someone else, that the vast, bottomless darkness they took place in wasn't frightening, wasn't cold or despairing the way Dementor dark was. It was simply enormous. It was the darkness of being very deep in an ocean, where pressure makes its own kind of silence and the light from above is a distant, irrelevant rumor. You could live in it. Something did. He started keeping notes. A small notebook, Muggle, bought from a stall at Hogsmeade on the first weekend visit. He'd gone alone, Ron and Hermione having their own errands, and walked through the village with his hands in his pockets while the October cold came off the mountains and the shop steamed cheerfully against it. He bought the notebook and a packet of biscuits and sat outside Honeyduke's eating biscuits and watching people walk past with the specific pleasure of anonymity, of being just a boy in a village who'd come to buy sweets. The notebook filled up steadily. Not with analyzed conclusions, just with images, phrases, the particular feeling of specific dream moments. Water that isn't water but holds the shape of it. Something moving that is so large the movement takes years. A sound like the word before language invented sound. Reading it back he understood why he'd kept it to himself. It sounded like the notebook of someone losing their grip on sense. But it didn't feel that way. It felt like fieldwork. Sirius was useful in ways Harry hadn't fully anticipated. He'd been bringing food to the Shrieking Shack twice a week, Thursday evenings, Sunday afternoons, and the conversations they had were the best conversations Harry had ever had with an adult, primarily because Sirius didn't treat them as conversations with a child. He treated them as conversations between two people, one of whom happened to be 13 and carrying something ancient and the other of whom had spent 12 years developing an extremely direct relationship with reality. They talked about Lily. About the Potters. About the old records Sirius had memorized from Lily's research because she'd read them to him and he'd committed them to memory with the specific devotion of someone who understood he was being trusted with something irreplaceable. The Leviathan texts described themselves as the memory of the deep, Sirius had told him on a rainy Thursday, both of them sitting on the shack's dusty floor with a warming charm between them and the sound of the storm outside making everything feel slightly removed from the world. Not the deep as in the ocean. The deep as in the thing underneath everything. Before the first spell was cast, before the first magical creature breathed, before the separation of light and dark, there was a state of being that the texts call simply the deep. And the Leviathan were its inhabitants. Not rulers. Not gods. Just, the things that lived there. And the primordial shadow? Harry had asked. A different thing, Sirius said. Related but distinct. Where the Leviathan were creatures of depth, of substance, of the below, the primordial shadow was the first darkness. Not the absence of light. The presence of something that predated the concept of light. The thing that the light differentiated itself from. He'd looked at Harry with careful eyes. In the old cosmologies, and these aren't wizarding cosmologies, these predate the wizarding world, the two were opposite edges of the same reality. The deep and the dark. They were never supposed to merge. Never supposed to, Harry had said. Your mother's family carried shadow, Sirius said. Very diluted, very dormant. Your father's line carried something that the texts describe as, the translator your mother was using struggled with this, the echo of the depth. A distant Leviathan resonance. Neither one was enough to activate on its own. He paused. When Lily died, when she made the choice she made, with the full awareness of what she was, the two resonances met. In you. Harry had sat with that for a long time, listening to the rain on the shack's boarded windows, feeling the castle's presence a quarter mile away like a familiar warmth at his back. She knew she was making me, he said finally. She knew she was completing something, Sirius said carefully. She'd have said she was saving you. Both are true. The dreams sharpened further in the second week of November, and on Wednesday morning Harry woke at 3:15 with the absolute clarity of someone who has just understood the grammar of a new language and cannot now unknow it. He lay still for a moment. Felt the dream receding and held it, not grasping, you couldn't grasp these things, they dissolved under pressure, but allowing it to settle at the edges of his awareness where it would remain accessible. Then he got up, very quietly so as not to wake anyone, took his notebook, and went to sit in the window alcove at the end of the dormitory corridor where a window seat looked out over the grounds toward the lake. He sat cross-legged on the cold stone with his notebook open and wrote as fast as he could, and what he wrote wasn't images this time but something closer to knowledge, whole and arrived, the way you sometimes wake knowing the answer to a question you fell asleep asking. The primordial shadow was not a personality. This was the thing he'd been misunderstanding, treating it like a second self, a separate consciousness hitching a ride. It wasn't. It was more like a dimension than a character. An additional axis of existence that ran through him the way north runs through a compass, not occupying the compass, not competing with it, just orienting it. The compass was still entirely itself. But it knew where north was. The Leviathan was similar but textured differently. Where the shadow was an axis, the Leviathan was a depth. An additional dimension going down rather than across. If he was, ordinarily, a person who existed in the standard three spatial dimensions of human experience, if he was, as everyone was, a creature of surface and horizontal reality, then the Leviathan in him added a vertical. An underneath. He went further down than he should. Together, he thought, sitting in the cold window with his notebook, watching his breath make small ghosts in the pre-dawn air, together they meant he existed in more places than were visible. More of him than showed. Like a reef, he thought. Like an iceberg. The part above the surface was Harry Potter, 13, Gryffindor, Seeker, fond of Quidditch and decent meals and his friends. The part below was something that the ocean recognized. He wrote this all down in the notebook and then looked at it and thought it sounded mad and then thought that it was also true, and both of those things could be the case simultaneously. Outside, the grounds were dark and silver. The lake was invisible under the moonless sky, but he could feel it, not metaphorically, actually feel it, its depth, the specific cold of it, the things that lived in it. He'd been able to feel the giant squid for weeks. The squid, for its part, had been spending more time at the eastern shore, the side nearest the castle, which Hagrid had commented on with pleased puzzlement. Harry looked at the lake and thought, carefully, something should happen, and the water at the eastern shore, barely visible in the darkness, shifted. Not a wave. A presence. Something vast rising not quite to the surface, maintaining a respectful distance, but making itself known. The giant squid. And under it, something else. Something he hadn't been aware of before, much deeper, that had been there for a very long time and had just now decided to acknowledge him back. He wrote that down too. He went back to bed at 4:30 and slept for 2 hours, dreamlessly this time, and woke when Ron's alarm went off at 6:30 and lay listening to Ron's elaborate process of convincing himself to get up, which involved several minutes of negotiation with his own consciousness before the fundamental necessity of breakfast provided sufficient motivation. At breakfast he put the notebook on the table next to Hermione's plate. She picked it up without a word, read the first page, and then read every subsequent page with the focused intensity of someone decoding something important, eating absently around the reading, which meant she ate half her toast and left the rest. When she finished she put it down and sat quietly for a moment. "Read the last 2 pages," Harry said to Ron, who had been watching Hermione read with mounting curiosity. Ron read them, lips moving slightly, which Harry had never mentioned because it seemed rude. He finished and looked up. "You've been having these dreams all term?" "Since before term," Harry said. "But they got clearer this week." Ron handed the notebook back and thought about it with the particular seriousness he brought to things that mattered, which was different from the face he made when things didn't matter and he was performing seriousness. This was the real version. "So you're like a very deep lake," he said finally. "With more lake than shows." "That's actually a perfect summary," Harry said. "And the thing in the actual lake recognized me back," Harry confirmed. Ron looked out the high windows at the grounds. "The squid's been at the east shore all week," he said slowly. "Hagrid was talking about it. Said the squid seemed interested in something." "It's not the squid," Harry said. "Well, it is. But there's something under the squid. Much older. I didn't know it was there until last night." Hermione, who had been building to something during this entire exchange, said "Harry" in the particular way that meant she had arrived at a conclusion that was simultaneously exciting and alarming. "The Hogwarts founders, the enchantments they put on the lake. Salazar Slytherin specifically. His affinity for water-dwelling magical creatures. The Chamber of Secrets was below the school, near the plumbing system, near the lake. The basilisk was 12 years old," Harry said. "Yes. But Slytherin built the chamber in the 10th century. And the lake was already old then. Whatever's in the lake is older than Slytherin's enchantments. Older than the school." She was looking at him with bright, focused eyes. "Slytherin built near it on purpose, Harry. Not to contain it. To be near it." Whatever he felt, whatever his Parselmouth abilities let him sense, he felt something that recognized him, Harry said. A resonance. A distant one. A very diluted one. She looked at him steadily. "You're not a diluted anything." The great hall carried on around them, bacon and toast and Morning Post and the ordinary music of 300 students starting their day, and Harry sat in the middle of it and felt the lake through the stone of the floor, through the foundations, through the depth of the earth between here and the water, and the thing in the lake felt him back with what he could only describe as patience. The patience of something that had been waiting in the same dark water for longer than the school above it had existed, and was perfectly comfortable continuing to wait, now that it knew the waiting would end. Defense class that Friday had an unusual structure. Lupin had cancelled the standard lesson plan and told them they were doing something different, which he said with the energy of a man who had spent the week working up to something. He'd rearranged the room again, desks along the walls, floor space open, and when they came in he was standing in the middle of it with his hands clasped behind his back and an expression that balanced anticipation and caution in roughly equal measure. "Today," he said, "we're going to try something that requires your cooperation, your trust, and your very clear consent. All 3. If anyone is uncomfortable at any point, say so and we stop immediately." He looked around the room. "We're going to explore the concept of magical resonance. Specifically, the way your personal magical signature responds to an external catalyst." "What kind of catalyst?" Dean said. "A memory," Lupin said. "Not your memory. A collective one. An echo in the ambient magic of this castle, which has been accumulating for 1,000 years and carries a great deal of history. I've been researching a technique used in ancient magical practice, before standardized wand work, where a practitioner could access what some traditions called the Great Memory. The accumulated magical experience of a location. Hermione's hand was up before he'd finished the sentence. Yes, Miss Granger. Is this related to psychometric magic? The branch that deals with objects and places retaining impressions of past events. Related but different, Lupin said. Psychometry reads the past of an object. This is more like, listening to the conversation a place has been having with itself for a very long time. He looked at her with a slight smile. I know you want to read everything written about it before trying it. There isn't much. What there is, I'll lend you after. She subsided, not entirely happily. The technique is simple in principle, Lupin continued. Sit or stand comfortably. Close your eyes. Lower your magical defenses, not completely, just the conscious guard. Let the ambient magic of the space move through rather than around you. Most of you will feel very little. Some will feel warmth, a sense of other presences, the echo of old emotions. No one should feel anything distressing. He paused. Harry, I want to check, you're comfortable participating? Yes, Harry said. He'd been comfortable since Lupin described the exercise. More than comfortable, he'd felt something quicken in the underneath of him, the Leviathan depth, the something extra that lay below the visible surface. The castle's ambient magic was something he'd always felt. But he'd always felt it the way you feel air, present, assumed, unexamined. The idea of actually listening to it was the idea of stopping, paying attention, letting the thing you'd always walked through slow down enough to understand. Everyone find a spot, Lupin said. The class spread out. Some people sat on the floor, some stood, Neville leaned against the wall with his eyes already closed. Hermione sat with her back very straight and her hands on her knees, the posture of someone approaching even experiential exercises with rigorous method. Ron picked a spot near the window and shot Harry a slightly uncertain look, which Harry answered with a small nod. Harry stood in the middle of the cleared floor. He didn't sit. Standing felt right, both feet on the stone, contact with the floor, with the foundations, with the depth below. He closed his eyes. For the first 30 seconds, ordinary darkness, the red-black of closed eyelids, the sounds of the room, someone shifting, someone slow breathing, the distant castle sounds of wind and stone and the settling of old timbers. Then, the castle. Not dramatic. Not a rush or a flood. More like the moment in a dark room when your eyes have adjusted and you begin to see what was always there. The ambient magic of Hogwarts was immense and layered and extraordinarily complex, 1,000 years of spells, emotions, memories, wishes, fears, learning, laughter, grief, all of it pressed into the stone like flowers pressed between pages, preserved in the very fabric of the place. Harry felt it arrive in layers, the way sediment settles, recent on top, oldest at the bottom, each layer distinct but continuous with the others. He went down through them without deciding to. Without effort. The way water goes down because down is where water goes. Recent years, the warmth of thousands of students, their hope, their anxiety, their specific joy of discovery, the particular feeling of understanding something for the first time. He recognized threads of it. Here was the magic of a student who had stayed up all night crying over something and been held by this stone. Here was the exuberance of a practical joke, woven into the third-floor corridor with laughing intention. The castle had held all of it. Further down, older. The feel of the magic changed, less individual, more collective, the magic of the founders themselves, of the first students, of a school being built as an act of faith in the idea that magic could be taught, that it could be cultivated, that it didn't have to be feared. He felt Salazar Slytherin here, distinctly. Felt his magic, and it was complex, layered, misrepresented by history. He had been brilliant and frightened and certain his fear was wisdom, and both things were real. He had built the chamber not out of malice but out of the specific terror of someone who had seen what magic could do in the wrong hands and had built himself a weapon he believed was a righteous one. He was wrong. He had been wrong in the way of someone who loved something deeply and let the love curdle into possession. Harry moved past Slytherin without judgment. Went deeper. Below the founders. Below the decision to build here, to choose this specific mountain, this specific lake. Someone had been here before the school. Many someones, many centuries before, drawn to this place the way Harry was now being drawn, by the lake, by what was in it, by the particular quality of the ground, the specific resonance of a place where the barrier between ordinary reality and the deep was thinner than elsewhere. People had stood on this hill and felt what he was feeling now and built their understanding of magic around it. Deeper. The lake. He felt it now not as a body of water but as a presence, ancient, vast, patient in the way of geological formations, the patience of things that measure time in ice ages and continental shifts. And in it, very deep, the thing that had made itself known to him in the pre-dawn dark 3 days ago. It wasn't a creature. Or it was a creature, but the category of creature was too small for it, the way the category of fish is too small for the ocean. It was awareness without body, or had been aware for so long that its body was beside the point, had dissolved into relevance. It was the deep made conscious. The Leviathan not as a species but as a state of being. It recognized him. Not as Harry Potter. Not as a student at the school above it. It recognized the part of him that was its own part, felt the Leviathan resonance in him the way a tuning fork responds to its own pitch. And in the recognition there was something that felt, after everything, remarkably like warmth. You, it said, and it didn't say it in words, it said it in the language that existed before words were invented, the language of resonance and presence and simple acknowledgement. There you are. And in Harry's chest, in the deep behind his sternum where he kept the vast, settled weight of what he was, there I am, he answered. He wasn't sure how long he stayed in it. The exchange wasn't a conversation in the way conversations work, it was more like a recalibration. Like two instruments finding the same key. The thing in the lake wasn't giving him information or issuing instructions. It was simply confirming, in the most fundamental way possible, that what he was real. That it recognized its own. That he was not alone in what he carried. He came back to the classroom the way a diver comes back to the surface, gradually, with the slight disorientation of returning to a world of smaller dimensions. The classroom solidified around him. Stone floor under his feet. Candlelight. The smell of chalk and old paper. The sound of people beginning to stir, to open their eyes, to come back from wherever the exercise had taken them. He opened his eyes. Lupin was watching him from across the room. His expression was controlled in the specific way of someone making a considerable effort at control, and his hands, Harry noticed, were very still at his sides, and his eyes had the bright, careful quality of someone who has just seen something that rearranged their understanding of the world. The rest of the class was returning more gradually, Neville blinking slowly, Hermione already sitting straighter and pulling out parchment, Ron opening his eyes and looking around with the expression of someone who'd had an interesting and slightly unnerving experience and was going to need some time with it. Harry looked at Lupin. Lupin looked at Harry. Well, said Parvati to no one in particular, that was something. What did you feel? Lupin asked the room generally, though his attention remained mostly on Harry. Various answers came in. Warmth. Old magic. Something like music without sound. Seamus said he'd felt like he was inside a memory that wasn't his, which was so accurate it was almost funny. Hermione said she'd felt the accumulated grief and joy of the castle like weather fronts, distinct but flowing into each other. Harry, Lupin said. Harry considered what was honest and possible to say. I went through the layers, he said. Like geological strata. I went down through them. He paused. All the way down. To the lake, Lupin said. Not a question. To what's in it, Harry said. Something very old. It's been there since before the school. The room was quiet. Outside the window, the November sky was flat and white, and the lake below was still and dark and gave nothing away. What was it like? Neville asked. He was looking at Harry with that particular combination of curiosity and steadiness that Harry had come to appreciate in him. Neville asked questions without making you feel the answer would make him run. Like being recognized, Harry said. Like meeting someone who knew you when you were very young. Before you were anything in particular. He looked at the window, at the lake beyond it. Like coming home. Neville nodded slowly, as though this made all the sense in the world, which Harry thought probably said something good about Neville. The Ministry's second move came on a Monday. Harry knew because the owls arrived during breakfast. Not one owl, 6, flying in formation with the particular clipped precision of official Ministry correspondence, all of them addressed to Dumbledore and all of them, by the weight of them, carrying documents rather than letters. Dumbledore received them, sorted the envelopes, looked at them with the expression of someone counting the moves remaining in a chess game, and set them aside without opening them during breakfast, which told Harry that Dumbledore already knew what they contained. After breakfast, walking to Transfiguration, Hermione said, "I was up until midnight reading the Ministry's classification histories." She was walking quickly, chin forward, the posture of someone who has prepared a report. There are 4 precedents for the being/creature reclassification process. All 4 were, Harry, all 4 ended with the subject either killed or imprisoned. The Ministry has never once used this process and then let someone walk free. That's because they've never used it on me, Harry said. The legal mechanism exists, Hermione. He stopped walking. She stopped, turned. Ron, who had been half a pace behind, stopped too. Harry looked at her steadily. "I know you're trying to protect me. I know it comes from exactly the right place and I'm not dismissing it." He held her gaze. But the Ministry's legal mechanisms assume that the subject is containable. That they can be bounded by the mechanisms. I'm not a boundary problem. They can pass whatever legislation they like and it will not change what I am. But it could change what they do to the people around you, she said, and her voice was carefully even, which meant she was worried and had decided not to be emotional about it, which was itself a kind of emotional statement. Ron. Sirius. Me. If they can't get to you directly they'll go around you. He looked at her for a moment. Then he looked at Ron, who met his gaze with a slight shrug that meant she's right but I'm still here regardless. Then we don't let them get that far, Harry said. We need to understand what they're building before they build it. Can you? I'm already doing it, she said. I've been doing it since the minister visited. She paused. Harry. There are 6 new owls on Dumbledore's desk this morning. I know. The pace is accelerating. I know. She looked at him. He looked at her. All right, she said finally. All right. But I want you to know that I'm frightened for the people around you even if you're not frightened for yourself. I know, he said, more quietly. I hold that. I promise. She nodded. They went to Transfiguration. Hogsmeade that weekend was cold and bright and smelled of wood smoke and the specific sweetness of Honeyduck's heating charms leaking into the street, and Harry walked through it with his hands in his pockets and his breath making small clouds and noticed, walking past the Dementor posted at the north end of the village, that the Dementor had moved to the opposite side of the street to give him a wider berth, which he found both practical and somewhat gratifying. He went to Zonko's with Ron. He bought a self-inking quill from the stationery shop for Hermione because she'd mentioned hers was running dry. He stopped outside the 3 broomsticks and looked at the sky and felt the mountains and the cold and the depth of the earth under the cobblestones and the ancient dark quiet of the thing in the lake a mile and a half away, patient as geological time, waiting with the specific comfort of something that has waited long enough to know that patience is its own kind of power. Then he went in and had a butterbeer and listened to Ron talk about Quidditch for 45 minutes and was, in all the ordinary ways that mattered most, perfectly happy. He went to the shack that Sunday. Sirius had found a length of old carpet somewhere and arranged it over the worst of the floor, which had achieved a certain bleak habitation that Harry supposed counted as progress. They sat on the carpet with a warming charm and a paper bag of food Harry had smuggled from breakfast, and Sirius ate with the particular gratitude of someone for whom a proper meal remained novel, and Harry said, without preamble, "I found the thing in the lake." Sirius looked up. "In Lupin's lesson," Harry said. "He had us do something, ambient magic, the castle's accumulated memory. I went through it, through the layers, and at the bottom," he stopped. Found he couldn't quite describe it with the notebook's words. "It recognized me," he said. "The old Leviathan. It's been there since before the school." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. He'd put down the food, which was a significant indicator of his degree of attention. "Your mother," he said slowly, "wrote in her notes that there was a guardian. Something she called the anchor of the deep, the point where the Leviathan bloodline's heritage was rooted. She thought it was mythological. A metaphor." "It's not a metaphor," Harry said. "No," Sirius agreed. "I'm beginning to understand that most of what we thought was mythology isn't." He looked at Harry carefully. "The Ministry's moving faster. I have contacts still. People who owe me things from before, people who know I'm not what they said." He paused. "Lucius Malfoy had 3 private meetings with Fudge last week. Lucius is pushing for a full being/creature tribunal before Christmas." "Before Christmas," Harry said. "They want to move before the end of term while you're still physically inside the Ministry's jurisdictional reach at Hogwarts. After the holidays they're worried you'll," Sirius gestured, "become less manageable." "I'm quite manageable," Harry said. "I manage myself entirely without their help." Sirius laughed, that rusty sound that was getting slightly less rusty. "That's exactly what worries them," he said. He looked at Harry seriously. "If they convene a tribunal, Dumbledore can block it. Temporarily. But Lucius owns enough votes in the Wisengamot to override even Dumbledore's influence if he calls in favors. Then we'll need to move before they do," Harry said. "Move how?" Harry thought about it. Felt the lake through the ground beneath the shack, distantly, and the castle further still, and the deep thing in the deep water, patient as time. Felt the castle's accumulated memory, the thousands of years of it, pressed into stone, bearing witness. Felt the shadow at the axis of his existence and the Leviathan in its depth, both of them running through him as naturally as breathing. "The Ministry's authority is built on categories," he said. "On the ability to classify and contain and define. The moment they encounter something they genuinely cannot define, they don't become more powerful, they become less. Their own machinery works against them." He looked at Sirius. "I don't need to fight the Ministry. I need to let the Ministry fight me. Let them try to classify something that cannot be classified. Let them build a cage for something that predates the concept of cages." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Something moved across his face, not fear, not admiration exactly. Something more complex. "Your mother," he said quietly, "would have loved this conversation." "I know," Harry said, "and meant it in the way you can mean something about someone you never knew, someone who left you enough of themselves that you know them anyway." Outside the shack the November wind was cold and sharp and smelled of coming snow, and the mountains were pale and close, and the village of Hogsmeade carried on with its ordinary weekend, and above them the Ministry owls flew their routes between London and Hogwarts, carrying documents, building machinery, constructing the architecture of control around something that was older than the need for control and considerably less interested in it. Harry ate the rest of his toast and thought about what came next. The snow arrived that evening, the first of the season, falling straight down in the still air, covering the grounds in white silence. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower and watched it fall and felt the castle receive it, the way the castle received everything, with patience, with warmth, with the deep, accumulated certainty of something that had been here before and would be here after. The thing in the lake felt the snow through the water's surface. Harry felt it feel it. He went to bed. He dreamed, clearly and deeply, of the space before space, of the darkness before the first light decided what it was, of something enormous and patient and entirely, absolutely real, turning its awareness toward him with the specific, unhurried attention of something that had all the time in the world because it had been here before time was invented. "There," it said, without words. "There," he answered back. And slept, while above the snow fell and the ministry's machinery turned, and in the deep water under the mountain something ancient breathed in the dark and waited with the calm certainty of something that already knew how the story ended. Chapter 5. The collapse begins. The tribunal notice arrived on a Thursday in December, 6 days before the end of term. It came the same way the ministry always came, officially, with considerable paperwork, wearing the costume of procedure to make power look like process. 7 owls this time, all ministry marked, all arriving simultaneously at breakfast with the coordinated timing of something rehearsed. 1 for Dumbledore. 1 for McGonagall. 1 for Harry. 1, apparently, for the castle itself, addressed to the headmaster's office, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, premises and jurisdiction, which was so aggressively bureaucratic that Hermione made a sound that in anyone else would have been a laugh. Harry opened his Notice of Formal Classification Tribunal, it read. Under the authority of the Ministry of Magic, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Classification Division, and pursuant to the Being/Creature Classification Act of 1752, as amended 1811, 1897, and 1963, you are hereby notified that a formal tribunal to determine your classification under wizarding law has been scheduled for Saturday, the 18th of December, to be convened at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the presence of appointed ministry officials. Your attendance is not optional. Classification will be determined in absentia if necessary. Below this, signatures. Fudge. Umbridge. A name Harry didn't recognize from the classification division. And at the bottom, in smaller text, the legal consequence of a creature classification, subject to immediate containment order, to be executed by designated Aurors upon determination. Harry put the letter down. Picked up his toast. Ate it. Harry, Ron said. I read it. They're coming here. Saturday. That's, Ron counted. That's 9 days. Yes. And they're bringing Aurors. Yes. Ron looked at the letter, then at Harry, then back at the letter with the expression of someone trying to find the version of events where this was fine. But you're, he gestured, which was doing a lot of work as a sentence. I mean. You're you. I am, Harry agreed. Hermione had read her own copy. She'd apparently received one as well, hers marked notice to interested party, which she found both insulting and legally fascinating in equal measure, and was now sitting very still in the way she sat when she was thinking at maximum capacity. They've moved faster than I expected, she said. Lucius must have called in every favor he has. She looked up. Dumbledore's going to fight this. He should, Harry said. On procedural grounds, on jurisdictional grounds, on every ground available to him. Not because it'll stop the tribunal. Because the fight creates a record. She looked at him sharply. You want a record? I want documentation, Harry said, of exactly what the ministry tried to do, and exactly what happened when they tried it. Witnesses. Parchment. Dates and times. He drank his pumpkin juice. Because what happens on Saturday is going to need explaining afterward. The great hall was louder than usual, the way it gets when news moves through it fast, not the cheerful loud of ordinary morning energy but the specific charged loud of collective anxiety, students talking in groups with the tight, hunched posture of people who feel something coming. The ministry's 7 owls had not been subtle. Half the school knew by now that something official was happening, and the other half would know by lunch. Harry noticed Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table, watching him. Not with the usual performed contempt. Draco had been different since the defense classroom incident, quieter, more careful, with the specific quality of someone who has recalibrated their threat assessment and is not enjoying the results. He wasn't frightened of Harry, exactly. He was frightened of what Harry represented to his father's plan, which was a much more complicated and specific kind of fear. Harry looked at him. Draco looked away first. He went to Dumbledore's office after breakfast, not because he was summoned but because it seemed like the appropriate time to have a direct conversation. The office was the most crowded Harry had ever seen it. McGonagall was there, angular and fierce and practically vibrating with controlled outrage. Lupin was there, leaning against the bookcase with his arms folded. Flitwick had apparently materialized from somewhere, small and fierce, perched on the edge of a chair with his letter in his hand and a look that suggested he had opinions. 3 of the portrait headmasters were awake and arguing with each other and occasionally contributing to the room. Dumbledore sat at his desk with his hands folded and his expression that of a man who has lived a very long time and has decided, at the end of it, to simply be entirely present in the moment. Harry came in, said good morning to the room, and sat in the chair across from Dumbledore. "Harry," said McGonagall, in the voice she used when she was frightened for someone and expressing it as severity. I know what it is," he said. "The orders they're sending, I know. The containment order authorizes, Professor McGonagall." He looked at her. She stopped, not because he'd asked her to but because something in the steadiness of his attention required it, required everyone to stop and recalibrate for a moment. "I know exactly what Saturday is supposed to be. I also know what it's actually going to be." He looked at Dumbledore. "I need to tell you what I intend to do." Dumbledore's expression was careful and listening. "Please," he said. "Nothing," Harry said. A pause. "Nothing offensive," Harry clarified. "No attacks, no demonstrations, no theater. I'm going to attend. I'm going to let them run their tribunal. I'm going to answer their questions truthfully." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "And then I'm going to let them try to execute the containment order." The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black made a sound that might have been a laugh. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. "He means," she said carefully, "that he intends to let them discover for themselves, that it doesn't work," Lupin finished, from the bookcase. His voice was quiet and very precise. "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Through the window behind him the grounds were white with December frost, and the lake was grey under a low sky, and the Dementors moved at the perimeter with their usual dreadful patience, and nothing in the world looked particularly reassuring. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice had the specific quality it only got in moments of genuine seriousness, stripped of the warmth and the obliqueness and the performance of wisdom, just the man himself speaking directly. "If you do this, if the Ministry attempts a containment order and it fails, publicly, in front of their own orders and their own documentation, the institutional consequences will be significant," Harry said. "The Ministry's authority is partly symbolic," Dumbledore said. "Much of what makes it function is the belief that it can function. If that belief is publicly tested," Harry said, "and found insufficient, then it gets rebuilt more honestly," Harry said. "Without the parts that don't work." Dumbledore looked at him for a very long moment. Then he unfolded his hands and placed them flat on the desk and said, "I will fight the tribunal on procedural grounds. I will exhaust every legal avenue available to me. I will do this not because I believe it will succeed but because you asked for the record and I will give you the record." He paused. "And because you are 13 years old and whatever else you are, that is also true, and I will not simply stand aside." "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it. "That matters." He stood. Nodded to McGonagall, who looked at him with an expression that was too complicated to read quickly, and to Lupin, who nodded back with the measured seriousness of someone who had spent the past 3 months quietly understanding what Harry was and had arrived at a position of clear-eyed, uncomplicated support. He said good morning to Flitwick, who said good morning back and then quietly added, "Whatever happens Saturday, Harry, I want you to know the faculty is not the Ministry," in a voice so small and precise that it landed exactly right. He went to charms. He learned the summoning charm properly, which he'd technically already known for a month but Flitwick's formal instruction had a quality worth engaging with seriously. He went to lunch and ate roast potatoes and listened to Ron's detailed Quidditch analysis and helped Hermione spot an error in her arithmancy calculations that she'd been staring at for 20 minutes and couldn't see because you stop seeing things you've looked at too long. It was a good day. He let it be a good day. The days between the notice and Saturday had a particular texture. Not dread. Harry didn't do dread, not in the way that wraps around you and makes ordinary things feel muffled and dim. It was more like the feeling before a Quidditch match, that alive attentiveness, every sense slightly sharpened, the world coming in clearly and precisely. He went to see Sirius on Thursday evening, the first visit since the notice arrived. Sirius already knew. His contacts had told him within hours. He was on his feet when Harry arrived at the shack, which meant he'd been pacing, which meant he was worried, and he looked at Harry with the specific urgency of someone who has been waiting to do something useful and hasn't yet identified what it is. 9 days, Sirius said. 6 now, Harry said. I could. Sirius stopped. Started again. There are people I could contact. People who knew your mother, who know what you might be, who have evidence that the ministry has been serious, Harry said. He sat down on the carpet. After a moment Sirius sat across from him. I need you to trust me. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. The gaslight threw uneven shadows across the shack's battered walls, and outside the wind was cold and searching, and somewhere in the castle a quarter-mile away the accumulated memory of 1,000 years sat warm in the stone, and much further down the thing in the lake breathed in the dark. Your mother trusted herself, Sirius said. Right up until the end. She'd have wanted me to trust you too. He exhaled. What do you need from me? Be there Saturday, Harry said. Not visible. But there. Watching. If anything goes differently than I expect, I'll be the large black dog in the corner, Sirius said, with something that was almost his old humor. And I need you to contact anyone who carries the bloodline, Harry said. The we who've been waiting. The Raven letter. If there are others, now is when they should be ready. He held Sirius's gaze. Not to fight. Just to witness. Sirius studied him. You're not just planning to survive Saturday, he said slowly. You're planning to change something. The ministry keeps its authority by never being publicly wrong about something it has authority over, Harry said. It can be quietly wrong all the time, it frequently is, but it can never be visibly, documented, witnessed wrong, because that's the thing the whole structure balances on. The illusion of infallibility. He looked at the guttering gaslight. Saturday they're going to be visibly, documented, witnessed wrong. In their own records. In front of their own people. He paused. And then everyone gets to decide what they do with that. Sirius was quiet. Outside the wind found a gap in the shack's boards and came through cold and searching. How long have you been 13, he said finally, and it came out half awed and half amused. Long enough, Harry said. Friday was strange in the way the day before something always is, outwardly normal, inwardly altered. Classes happened. Harry attended them. He corrected Snape's incorrect implication during potions that his shrinking solution was inadequate by simply producing a correctly brewed shrinking solution without comment and watching Snape's face do something complicated. He helped Neville through a difficult transfiguration problem with a patience and clarity that made Neville stare at him afterward with the expression of someone who has just been helped in a way they didn't expect. He ate dinner. He sat by the fire. That night, very late, when the common room was empty and the fire had burned down to low orange coals, he sat alone and let himself be still. Not meditating. Not performing peace. Just, sitting in himself, in all of himself, the visible Harry Potter-shaped portion and the enormous underneath, the shadow's axis and the Leviathan's depth, the warmth of the castle's memory around him and the lake's ancient presence below. He let all of it simply be present without examining it or preparing it or doing anything with it at all. He thought about his mother. He thought about her finding the records, young, his age, in a restricted library somewhere, reading about something in her family's history that she didn't have language for and then spending years finding the language. He thought about her telling Sirius, trusting him with it. He thought about her choosing, at the end, to go toward what she was going toward with full knowledge and full love, understanding that the act of choosing was itself the activation, that her sacrifice was also a gift, also a completion. She had made him. Not just in the ordinary way that parents make children. She had made him on purpose, in the deepest sense of purpose, had seen what was possible and moved toward it with open eyes. He sat with that for a long time. The fire settled. The castle breathed around him. Far below, the lake was dark and still. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow, the lake answered back, in the language that wasn't words. He went to bed. He slept. Saturday arrived gray and still, the sky pressing low and flat over the mountains, the grounds white with overnight frost that hadn't quite become snow. The castle was quieter than usual, weekend quiet, student quiet, but underneath it a specific tension that moved through the corridors like weather, that had students gathering in the common rooms and talking in low voices and watching the main doors. The ministry delegation arrived at 9:30. Harry watched from the window of the corridor above the entrance hall. Fudge came first, in deep purple official robes rather than his usual lime green, which told Harry this had been dressed as something formal and significant. Umbridge beside him, clipboard in hand, today's cardigan the color of institutional gray. 4 Aurors, professional, experienced, wearing the expression of people who had received a briefing and were trying to decide how seriously to take it. Behind them, 3 people Harry didn't recognize, one in classification division robes carrying a large case that clinked in the way of equipment, and one who Harry recognized after a moment as a ministry solicitor named Croaker, who Hermione had identified in her research as the person who drafted the 1963 amendment to the Classification Act. And Lucius Malfoy, who was not part of any official delegation but had apparently decided to attend anyway, because he was Lucius Malfoy and the rules of official delegations did not apply to people who had drafted most of the official delegation's funding. He was impeccable. White blonde hair, black robes, the silver-tipped cane that Harry had always suspected was a wand holster. He moved through the entrance hall with the ease of someone who owned rooms he walked into, which was not technically accurate here but was sufficiently his posture to achieve the same effect. Harry turned from the window and went downstairs. Dumbledore met the delegation in the entrance hall with McGonagall at his right shoulder, and the conversation Harry passed through was already formal and precise, Dumbledore having clearly decided that if this was happening it would happen correctly. He had produced a sheaf of parchment that represented, presumably, all the procedural objections he'd prepared, and was handing it to Croaker with the pleasant firmness of someone setting out the terms before agreeing to the meeting. Croaker took the parchment. Gave it a rapid, professional read. Looked at Fudge. Fudge gave the smallest possible nod. Croaker set the parchment aside. Dumbledore noted this. His expression didn't change, but something behind it did. Harry arrived at the foot of the stairs. Fudge saw him and did his practiced warm smile thing, but today it was working harder and achieving less. Umbridge's clipboard came up like a reflex. The 4 Aurors registered Harry's arrival with the professional attention of people whose job required it, and then, this was the interesting part, 2 of them exchanged a look that was not in their briefing. They'd felt something. The specific pressure shift that happened when Harry was paying attention. Harry, said Dumbledore, the Ministry has requested use of the Great Hall for the tribunal proceedings. I've agreed, on the condition that all Hogwarts staff be permitted to attend as observers. The Ministry has accepted these terms. That's fine, Harry said. He looked at Lucius Malfoy. Lucius looked back. His face was a masterwork of controlled neutrality, not a flicker, not a tell. He had spent his adult life in rooms where the ability to show nothing was the most valuable skill available, and he was extremely good at it. But Harry looked at him the way Harry looked at things now, with the full weight of his attention, and Lucius's cane tapped once against the stone floor, involuntary, the smallest possible physical tell. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said pleasantly. Interesting to see you here in a private capacity. I have an interest in ministry affairs, Lucius said, the accent impeccable, the tone serene. You have an interest in this affair specifically, Harry said, with precisely the same pleasantness. Which I expect will become apparent as the morning progresses. Lucius said nothing. His cane did not tap again. He was good, genuinely good, Harry gave him that. He'd have made an excellent chess player. The problem was that he was playing chess while Harry was doing something else entirely. They went to the Great Hall. The classification equipment was interesting. Harry watched them set it up while everyone arranged themselves, the ministry officials at a long table at the hall's head, Dumbledore and McGonagall to one side, the faculty distributed through the room with the deliberate presence of people who had decided to occupy space pointedly, several dozen students who had apparently decided that watching was worth the risk gathering near the doors. The equipment included a large crystal orb on a silver stand, a magical resonance recorder, Hermione murmured from his left, designed to capture and categorize magical signatures. Several sheets of enchanted parchment. 2 pairs of what looked like silver manacles on the table that Harry noted without particular concern. A device he didn't recognize that looked like a modified sneakoscope. Croker explained the process with the brisk efficiency of someone who had done this before and found the details tedious. Resonance reading first, to capture Harry's magical signature. Analysis against the classification criteria. Determination. If the determination was creature, the containment order would be executed immediately. Do you have any questions before we begin? Fudge asked. He was at the center of the ministry table, composed, official, performing authority with considerable skill. No, Harry said. Then if you'll approach the resonance recorder, Harry walked to the crystal orb and stood before it. The room was very quiet. He felt the eyes on him, ministry eyes calculating, faculty eyes watchful and supportive, student eyes bright with a combination of excitement and worry. He felt Hermione at 12 o'clock in his peripheral vision, sitting straight and focused, her quill already moving, recording everything. He felt Ron 2 seats from her, arms crossed, jaw set, the posture of someone who has decided to be calm through sheer determination. He felt Sirius somewhere outside the hall, in the form he'd promised, watching through a crack in the door. He placed his hand on the crystal orb. What happened next happened in stages. The orb activated immediately, which was normal, it lit from within, a soft blue-white glow that meant it was reading and recording. This was standard. This was what it did. Then the glow deepened. Past blue-white into something darker, something that wasn't quite a color the orb's crystal was designed to display. The crystal itself, thick, solid, clearly enchanted, began to show internal stress lines, the way glass shows stress under pressure, fine fractures spreading outward from Harry's hand like a map of somewhere. Then the parchment on the ministry table began to write. Automatically, recording the resonance signature. It wrote for about 3 seconds in the standard classification notation, columns of numbers and symbols that Croker was watching with professional focus. Then it wrote something else. Not in classification notation. In something older, a script Harry recognized from the Raven's letter, the script he couldn't read but could understand. It wrote for approximately 6 seconds. Then the parchment caught fire, quietly, without drama, the edges browning and curling inward. Not all the parchment. Just the sheet with the notation. Croker stared at the ash. The second sheet, which he reached for quickly, began writing as well. Same thing, 6 seconds of standard notation, then the older script, then ash. The third sheet didn't get that far. It started with the older script immediately. The orb had changed color entirely. No longer blue-white. The color it had settled into had no name in standard English, being approximately the color of the space between stars, not black, which was a color, but the absence of the background against which color exists. One of the Aurors had stepped back from the table. Not dramatically. Just a step. The unconscious movement of a body responding to something the brain hasn't processed yet. Continue, Fudge said, and his voice was admirably controlled. Umbridge's clipboard was pressed against her chest. Croaker had produced a fourth sheet of enchanted parchment, the reinforced kind used for difficult subjects, and flattened it on the table with his hand. Harry removed his hand from the orb. The orb's color held for a moment, then slowly returned to its normal blue-white. The stress fractures in the crystal remained. Analysis, Fudge said, to Croaker. Croaker looked at the ash where 3 sheets of parchment had been. At the fractured orb. At the fourth blank sheet, which had not been touched. The resonance recorder was unable to complete a full analysis, he said. He was a professional and his voice was steady. The subject's signature appears to exceed the instrument's classification range. The instrument has no upper limit, Umbridge said, her sweet voice carrying a slight edge. It was designed specifically to, it has a lower limit, Croaker said. He looked at Umbridge with the expression of one professional correcting another. The classification range assumes a signature with a post-originatory structure. All magical beings, regardless of type, develop their magic after the origination point of magical reality. The instrument reads from that baseline forward. He paused. It appears the subject's signature does not begin at that baseline. Complete silence. Lucius Malfoy was standing very still near the wall. Harry could see him from the corner of his eye. His expression had not changed, which was itself extraordinary. Lucius's expressions were performances, and performances required direction, and the direction here had gone completely off script. We proceed to determination, Fudge said. He was not going to retreat. Harry respected that, on a certain level, it was wrong and it was stubborn and it was going to make things considerably worse, but there was a kind of integrity in not flinching from what you'd started even when the evidence had gone sideways. Under the authority of the Ministry of Magic, Fudge said, standing, his voice carrying the full weight of official delivery, and pursuant to the Classification Act, this tribunal determines, he stopped. Looked at Croaker. Croaker looked at Fudge. Minister. Without a complete resonance reading I'm unable to provide a formal determination. The legal instrument requires a documented classification. Then document incomplete data, Fudge said. That's not, Croaker paused. Took a breath. The Act requires a complete reading. An incomplete reading cannot support a containment order. It's in Section 7, the provision requires, document a presumptive determination, Umbridge said. Her voice had gone from honey to something with more iron in it. On the basis of the available evidence, said Dumbledore from the side of the room, and his voice was quiet and absolutely clear, is that your own instrument failed to classify my student. I would suggest, Cornelius, that this constitutes an outcome. Fudge looked at him. Then he looked at Harry. Harry looked back. For a moment it was just the two of them, across the length of the great hall, with the ministry table and its ash and its fractured orb between them, and all the witnesses at the walls, faculty, students, aurors who had stopped pretending to be merely professional. The ministry's machinery had run. It had produced ash. Execute the containment order, Fudge said. The two senior aurors, experienced, capable, people who had been doing this job for decades, stood up from their position behind the table and approached Harry. Not aggressively. Professionally. They had a job and they were going to do it. One of them produced the silver manacles. The other had his wand in hand but lowered, ready but not threatening. Harry stood still. The auror with the manacles reached for his wrist. The contact lasted approximately 2 seconds. What happened was not dramatic. No explosion, no visible magic, no theatrical display of power. The auror reached for Harry's wrist and the manacles, ministry standard, enchanted with every standard binding and suppression charm available in the ministry's extensive catalogue, touched Harry's skin. And simply stopped working. Not broke. Not shattered. They didn't burn or recoil or fly across the room. They just ceased to function, the way a lock ceases to function when you remove the mechanism that makes it a lock. The enchantments in the silver didn't resist Harry. They encountered him and had no referent for what they encountered and therefore had nothing to do, and so they did nothing. The Auror holding the manacles looked at them. Looked at Harry. Looked back at the manacles. "Minister," he said. "Try the suppression jinx," Fudge said. His voice had dropped in volume, not in authority. He was still performing authority, but performing it now for fewer people, as though the audience was contracting. The second Auror raised his wand and performed the suppression jinx. It was a powerful one. Harry felt it arrive, felt its intention, felt it reach for whatever it expected to find and find something that had no suppression point, no mechanism to switch off, because you cannot switch off the gravity of a planet by asking it nicely. The jinx dissipated. Not deflected. Just, gone, the way smoke goes in wind. "It's not working," said the second Auror, to no one in particular, with the flat objectivity of someone making a report to reality. Fudge had sat down. He wasn't performing authority anymore. He was sitting at the ministry table in his deep purple robes in the great hall of Hogwarts looking at Harry with the expression of a man who has played a hand completely and watched every card turn over wrong. Lucius Malfoy moved. He came forward from the wall, smooth, deliberate, still performing his own control, and bent to speak to Fudge in a low voice. Harry watched him do it. Watched Fudge's face go through several changes during the whispered conversation. Watched Fudge's jaw set, decision made, whatever Lucius had told him feeding into whatever narrow options remained. "This tribunal is adjourned," Fudge said, standing. "We will reconvene with additional resources." "Which resources?" Dumbledore said. "That will be determined at the Ministry's discretion," Fudge said, and his voice had recovered some of its professional register. "Cornelius." Dumbledore stood now, and his voice was gentle and specific, the voice of someone who has decided to be completely honest. "I want you to understand something. I have spent many years managing things. Planning, calculating, positioning. I don't say that with pride, it's an accounting, not a boast. And I tell you now, with as much clarity as I have, that there is no resource in the Ministry's catalog that changes what happened in this room this morning." He paused. "The question before you now is not how to manage Harry. The question is what you choose to do with the knowledge that he cannot be managed." Fudge looked at him for a long moment. Then at Harry. "We'll be in contact," he said, and led his delegation from the great hall with the controlled efficiency of retreat. Lucius Malfoy was last. At the door he turned and looked at Harry one more time, and the expression on his face was the first genuine one Harry had seen on it, not performed, not calculated. Just the flat, cold recognition of a man who had just understood the size of his miscalculation. "Mr. Malfoy," Harry said pleasantly. "Safe travels." Lucius left. The great hall let itself breathe again. McGonagall sat down slowly in her chair. Several of the Aurors who'd remained were talking in low voices to Dumbledore. The students near the door were absolutely electric with suppressed excitement, already composing letters home, already building the story they'd tell at Christmas. Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow. Her parchment was covered in notes, both sides, the handwriting microscopic and continuous. "Are you all right?" she said. "Completely," he said. "The manacles just stopped. And the orb couldn't read me." She was quiet for a moment, processing. "The parchment burned," she said. "The enchantment on the parchment couldn't hold what it was trying to record," Harry said. "It wasn't destruction. It was overflow. The script that appeared before it burned," she said. "I copied it. The first 3 characters at least." She showed him her parchment. The characters were exactly right. He looked at them and understood them without being able to explain how. "I am older than this room." "Yes," Harry said simply. Ron appeared on his other side, looking slightly dazed in the way of someone who has just watched something extraordinary and is processing it in real time. "Right," he said. "So. The Ministry just tried to arrest you." "Yes. And it didn't work." Correct. Because Ron gestured at the ash on the ministry table, at the fractured orb, at the general situation. Yes, Harry said. Right, Ron said again. He thought about it. Mum is going to have such strong feelings about this. Harry laughed. Actually laughed, the full genuine version, and it surprised him slightly, not the laugh itself but the ease of it, the way the morning's events sat lightly on him, not as burden but as completed thing, as something finally said clearly that had been building toward saying for a long time. He looked around the great hall, at the stone it was built from, at the high windows letting in December's pale light, at the floating candles currently unlit in their dozens overhead, at the faces of teachers and students who had watched the morning and were now deciding what it meant. The castle felt different around him. Not because it had changed. Because something had settled, the way a question settling into its answer changes not the question or the answer but the relationship between them. He had not done anything. He had simply been there, completely, without apology or concealment, and the ministry's machinery had run against that and produced ash and fractured crystal and two senior Aurors exchanging looks with each other that would be in their personal reports if not their official ones. He felt serious outside the door still, the large, dark presence of him, watching, waiting, and he sent a thought in that direction that wasn't quite a thought and wasn't quite a feeling but arrived as both. It's done. We're all right. The pressure of Sirius's presence shifted, settled, something loosening in it. Dumbledore came to stand beside him. The faculty were dispersing, students drifting back toward their common rooms with the electric restlessness of people carrying significant news. The ministry table sat empty, its ash and its fractured equipment, its voided documents. It will not end here, Dumbledore said quietly. I know. Fudge will go back to London and escalate. Lucius will call in what remains of his considerable influence. They will attempt something larger. I know, Harry said. But the record exists now. What happened in this room is documented. Their own parchment, their own instruments, their own Aurors witness accounts. They can escalate, but they can't undocument what happened this morning. Dumbledore looked at him. You planned for this from the beginning. My mother planned for things from the beginning, Harry said. I just paid attention to what she left me. Dumbledore said nothing for a moment. Outside the high windows the December sky had lightened fractionally, pale winter light finding the frost on the grounds and making it briefly brilliant, cold and sharp and clean. I owe you an apology, he said finally. Harry looked at him. I spent a great deal of time, Dumbledore said carefully, planning how to protect you. How to guide you. How to manage what you might become in ways that kept the world around you stable and safe. He paused. I was presuming a degree of fragility that was never there. And treating you as an object of management rather than what you actually are. Which is? Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him with the full, unglamoured weight of his considerable intelligence and said, something I have no category for. And that's all right. Harry held his gaze. It is, he said. He went to breakfast. They'd missed the official meal but the kitchens, when Harry put his hand flat against the wall of the corridor outside and thought please, produced, via a slightly confused house elf who appeared with a faint pop, a considerable quantity of eggs and toast and an entire pot of tea that was entirely the right temperature. He sat with Ron and Hermione at the long empty table and they ate and the morning settled around them, and outside the grounds were white and cold and the ministry's delegation was halfway to Hogsmeade Station, and the record of what had happened sat in the ministry's own documentation, ash and fractured crystal and suppression jinxes that hadn't worked, and the world had not ended. It had changed, though. Both of those things could be true at once. Harry ate his eggs and was glad of them. Chapter 6, What the Dark Truly Is. Voldemort came back on a Wednesday. Not as planned. Not in the careful, constructed way that Dark Lords arranged their returns, not with ceremony or armies or the gathered faithful waiting in a moonlit field to witness the resurrection of their master. He came back the way a tide comes in, the way a storm system arrives without caring whether you've prepared for it, because something drew him, something pulled at the connection between him and Harry the way a current pulls at anything sharing its water, and that pull had been building since November and he was too far gone to resist it. Harry felt him arrive. He was in the library at the time, doing arithmancy homework with Hermione and not doing it particularly fast because Hermione kept making corrections that led to genuinely interesting digressions about the underlying mathematics, and it was a Wednesday evening in mid-January, cold outside, warm in here, the smell of old books and the familiar comfortable quiet of a space that had been used for serious thinking for centuries. The feeling was like pressure. Specific, directional, from somewhere outside the castle, moving closer. Not threatening, not immediately, but intense in the way that a storm is intense before it's fully overhead. Harry put his quill down. Hermione looked up from her calculations. She had learned to read the specific quality of his silences. "What is it?" "Something's coming," Harry said. She looked at him carefully. Then at the window, where the January dark pressed against the glass and the grounds below were invisible. "How far?" "Close." He stood up. "I need to go outside." "Then we're going outside," Ron said immediately, from across the table where he had been doing his own arithmancy homework with considerably less intellectual engagement. "You don't have to, I know," Ron said, already stacking his parchment. "That's why I said we." They went out through a side door that opened onto the grounds near the greenhouses, the three of them moving through cold January air that cut immediately and completely, their breath making ghosts, their footsteps loud on the frost-stiffened grass. Hermione had her wand out. Ron had his. Harry's hands were empty. The grounds were dark beyond the castle's lit windows. The lake was a black absence to the east. The Dementors at the perimeter had gone still, not their usual slow patrol, but completely, absolutely motionless, the way animals freeze when a predator has entered their territory and the predator is something they have no response for. Harry stopped on the lawn. Waited. He arrived at the edge of the forbidden forest. Not dramatically. No apparition crack, no dark explosion, no column of smoke. Just, there, where there hadn't been anything. A figure in black robes, slight and pale and wrong in the specific way that things are wrong when the life in them is held by something other than the usual methods. Snake flat face. Red eyes that found Harry immediately, across 200 yards of dark January ground, with the unerring certainty of a compass finding north. Tom Riddle. The thing Tom Riddle had become. Voldemort, standing at the edge of the forest like something the trees had decided not to keep. Harry looked at him. Hermione made a sharp, involuntary sound at his side. Ron had gone completely still, wand raised, jaw tight, the specific controlled fear of someone who has made a decision about what they're going to do regardless. "Stay here," Harry said to them. Not a command. Just information. "Harry, he's not here for you," Harry said. He looked at Hermione, at Ron, briefly but completely. "He couldn't hurt either of you tonight even if he wanted to. He's not here for anything except me." He held their eyes for a moment. "Stay here." He walked toward Voldemort. The ground under his feet felt the way it sometimes felt when he was paying very close attention, alive, specifically present, each step landing on something that knew he was walking on it. The cold air moved around him differently than it moved elsewhere, not avoiding him but acknowledging him, the way water acknowledges something that has entered it. The Dementors at the perimeter had not moved. They would not move. They had made their collective decision about Harry Potter months ago and it remained unchanged. He stopped 15 feet from Voldemort. Close enough to talk normally. Far enough that the space between them was itself a thing. Voldemort looked at him and Harry looked back, and for a moment neither of them spoke. Up close the wrongness of Voldemort was more specific and more sad. Harry had expected to feel something when he finally stood in front of him, the originator of all the loss in his life, the shape that had haunted his history since before he was old enough to understand what haunting meant. He'd expected anger, or the specific cold of old grief, or the charged readiness of an enemy finally faced. What he felt instead was something he hadn't anticipated, recognition. Not of Voldemort himself. Of what Voldemort had done to himself. Of the specific, terrible shape of a human being who had found something vast and old at the core of themselves and had been so frightened of it that he'd spent his entire life running from it, building walls, fragmenting himself, doing the most extreme and self-destructive things a human being could do in the attempt to avoid the simple, enormous fact of what he was. Tom, Harry said. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. When he spoke, his voice was what Harry had expected, that cold, sibilant precision, each word exactly placed. You feel it, he said. You've always felt it. The connection. Yes, Harry said. The night I killed your parents. Not a boast. An observation. I felt something when the curse rebounded. Not what I expected, not failure, not defeat. Something else. A recognition. His head tilted. I dismissed it. I have spent 13 years dismissing it. But it has been, insistent. What has? Harry said. He genuinely wanted to know. The dark, Voldemort said. What I thought the dark was. I built my entire life around it, the belief that I understood the dark, that I owned it, that it was mine to wield. He looked at Harry with the red eyes that had nothing warm in them but had something, Harry thought, that might once have been curiosity. You are something the dark actually is. And you are nothing like what I built. No, Harry agreed. Voldemort stepped forward. Harry didn't step back. I should have felt fear, approaching you. I expected to feel the alignment, the connection between us, the piece of me that lodged in you when the curse rebounded. I expected to feel myself. He stopped 6 feet away. But what I feel is the connection going somewhere I cannot follow. What I feel is the piece of me that is in you being, very, very small. It is, Harry said gently. I have power, Voldemort said, and it wasn't a boast, it was the flat statement of someone checking the ground is still there. I have accumulated more magical power than anyone living. Yes, Harry said. But power and what I am aren't the same category of thing. You've been collecting mass. I'm a different dimension entirely. A long pause. The grounds were absolutely still. No wind, no sound from the castle behind Harry, no movement from the trees behind Voldemort. The Dementors were motionless at the fence like a held breath. You could destroy me, Voldemort said. Again, not fear, assessment. Yes, Harry said. Why haven't you? Harry thought about this honestly, because it deserved an honest answer. Because destroying you doesn't actually solve the thing that made you, he said. Voldemort is a symptom. The Ministry's fear is a symptom. The idea that power is something you take rather than something you are, that's the thing. And I can't fight an idea by getting rid of one person. Voldemort looked at him. Something moved in the red eyes. You're not what I was expecting, he said. No one is, Harry said. That's generally the problem. What I have done, Voldemort said carefully, cannot be undone. The Horcruxes. The deaths. He said it without visible remorse but also without the pride Harry had expected, more like the flat acknowledgement of someone reading an accounting. The person I was before I began this, he is gone. Most of him, Harry said. Not all. The red eyes sharpened. What do you mean? Tom Riddle was 11 years old once, Harry said. He came to Hogwarts. He was extraordinary and he knew it, and no one had ever told him that being extraordinary was all right, that he didn't have to be afraid of it, that it didn't make him a target. He was given no tools for what he was. Harry held Voldemort's gaze. So he built the wrong ones. He built Voldemort instead. The silence after this was very long. You are offering me something, Voldemort said. I cannot tell what. A choice, Harry said. Which I know is not a thing you've been offered genuinely before, because everyone who's ever offered you choices was also trying to control you, and you knew it, and the knowing made the choice meaningless. He paused. I am not trying to control you. I don't need to. So when I say choice, it is a real one. What choice? Stop, Harry said simply. Not surrender. Not capitulation. Not giving yourself to the ministry for whatever they do to you, which we both know would be inadequate and self-congratulatory. He let that settle. Just, stop. The Horcruxes are a problem that can be solved. Not by me, that's your work to do, if you choose it. The deaths you've caused are real and irreversible and you'll carry them. But the direction you're currently moving in leads to a place that is not what you wanted when you were 11 and had not yet decided that wanting things was weakness. Voldemort looked at him. What did I want when I was 11? To matter, Harry said. To be something that couldn't be disappeared back into orphanage corridors and told to be less. To be seen for what you actually were. He held the red gaze steadily. You matter. You are something. You were always going to be, the particular magic in you was never ordinary, Tom. But you chose the way of mattering that is built on other people's fear, and fear is borrowed. It has to be constantly renewed. People stop fearing things when something scarier comes along, and then you have nothing. He took a breath. What I am is not borrowed, he said. I don't need anyone's fear to exist. And I will still be here when everyone who ever feared me is gone. That's the difference between power taken and power that simply is. He looked at Voldemort. You always had access to the second kind. You chose the first because someone told you the second wasn't available to people like you. They were wrong. Another long silence. In the darkness at the edge of the forest something moved, an owl, maybe, or the forest doing its perpetual mysterious business, and then was still again. I have 7 Horcruxes, Voldemort said. His voice had changed. Not softened, that word was too simple. Altered. Something different in the register. One of them is in you. I know, Harry said. Destroying them will hurt. Probably, Harry said. But I think you knew this path was going to hurt. You built a version of yourself that couldn't feel the hurt and called it strength. There are other versions. Voldemort looked at him for a very long moment. The red eyes were doing something complicated, something Harry couldn't fully read. Not doubt, exactly. More like a man standing at the edge of an enormous drop and trying to determine the truth of whether there is ground below. If I chose this, Voldemort said. If. I am not conceding anything. If I chose this, what would it look like? I don't entirely know, Harry said honestly. I expect it would be difficult and strange and there would be people on both sides who would hate it for their own reasons. The ministry would want you tried. Some of your former followers would feel betrayed. Some of the people you've hurt would need things from you that would be hard to give. He paused. But it would be real. Which is more than what you have now. Voldemort looked away. For the first time since arriving, his gaze moved from Harry, out across the dark grounds, up toward the lit windows of the castle, up further to the stars that were coming through the cloud cover in ones and twos, cold and distant and utterly indifferent in the way that stars are indifferent, their light having made the journey regardless of what was happening down here. I have been Voldemort for longer than I was Tom Riddle, he said, to the stars rather than to Harry. I know, Harry said. That doesn't mean Tom Riddle stopped existing. It means he got very buried. He may not be worth finding. That's for you to decide, Harry said. Not me. Not the ministry. Not anyone who has a stake in either version of you. Just you. When Voldemort looked back at Harry, something was different in the red eyes. Not gone, the red eyes were still the red eyes, the wrongness of him was still completely present, the thing he had made himself into was not going to dissolve in a single conversation on a cold January night. But a door had been opened that Harry was fairly sure had been closed for 40 years, and whether it stayed open or closed again was genuinely uncertain, and that uncertainty was itself a kind of progress. I will think about it, Voldemort said. All right, Harry said. I may decide against it. All right, Harry said. You would pursue me regardless. No, Harry said. I wouldn't. That's not what I am. I don't pursue things. Things either choose to come toward me or they don't. Voldemort looked at him. You're 13, he said, and for a moment, just a flash, there was something in his voice that might have been, in a different life, something like dark humor. I'm also considerably older than that, Harry said. But yes. Also 13. Your mother, Voldemort said. When she died, I have told myself for 13 years that it was an inconvenience. A variable I miscalculated. He stopped. I have known since the moment the curse rebounded that this was not true. That she did something I didn't understand, something that rearranged the fundamental structure of what happened that night. He looked at Harry steadily. She loved you very specifically. Not just as a mother loves a child. She loved what you were. All of it. Yes, Harry said quietly. I know. She was extraordinary. She was, he said. She still is, in the ways that matter. Voldemort said nothing for a moment. Then he did something Harry hadn't expected, he stepped back. Not retreating. Just creating space, deliberately, the choice of someone deciding the conversation is complete. I will be in contact, he said. If I decide. You know where I am, Harry said. Voldemort looked at him one last time, with those impossible red eyes, and Harry looked back with green ones that had been looking at the dark since before the dark understood itself, and then Voldemort was gone, not dramatically, not with any theater, just gone, the space where he'd been empty again, the edge of the forest only trees. Harry stood on the frozen ground for a moment. Breathed. The cold air came in and went out and the stars were sharp overhead and the castle behind him was warm and lit and full. He turned and walked back. Ron and Hermione were exactly where he'd left them. Ron was still holding his wand, though he'd lowered it at some point. Hermione had hers in her hand but was holding it the way you hold a pen you're not currently using, and her expression was the most complex Harry had ever seen on her face, a complete override of all her usual categories, every frame of reference she had for organizing experience simply insufficient to the moment, and underneath the inadequacy of the frames a raw, clear, frightened and fascinated and enormous attention. That was Voldemort, Ron said. Not a question. Yes, Harry said. You talked to him. Yes. And then he left. Yes. Ron let out a long, slow breath. I'm going to need a bit, he said. Take your time, Harry said. Hermione said, what did you say to him? Harry looked at her. The truth, he said. The obvious truth that no one's ever said to him plainly because everyone who's ever been near him has been either afraid of him or trying to use him, and both of those things require you to lie. She looked at him for a long moment. You offered him a way out. A way through, Harry said. Which is different. He might not take it. He might not, Harry agreed. And if he doesn't? Then we'll deal with that when it comes, Harry said. But he heard it. Whatever he decides, he heard it, and he'll have to make the decision knowing it. That changes the quality of the decision even if the decision is the same. Hermione looked at him for a moment longer. Then she put her wand away. That, she said carefully, is either the most extraordinarily wise thing I've heard anyone say, or the most extraordinarily reckless. Both, Ron said, from slightly behind her. Definitely both. Yes, Harry agreed, and they went inside, back into the warmth and the smell of wood smoke and the distant sounds of the castle's evening, back into all the ordinary things that surrounded and held them, and Harry felt the event settling in him the way things settled when they were real, not the performance of significance but the actual weight of a hinge moment, a thing that had happened that could not be unhappened, whose consequences were moving outward now in every direction like rings. From a stone dropped in still water. The Ministry found out by Friday. Harry wasn't sure how. He suspected the Dementors, who had their own communication systems and who had clearly registered the night's events, or possibly Lucius Malfoy, who had sources embedded so thoroughly in the magical world's information channels that he received things before they were officially known. Or possibly simply the ambient nature of something that's significant. Events of a certain size make their own announcement. The owls arrived at breakfast. Not the standard ministry formation this time. One owl, large, official, moving fast. It found Dumbledore and dropped its letter and left without waiting for a response, which was in itself unusual and told Harry something about the urgency on the sending end. Dumbledore read the letter with an expression that moved through several stages and arrived at something thoughtful. He did not share its contents at breakfast. He caught Harry's eye across the table and gave a very small, deliberate nod. Harry nodded back and ate his porridge. After breakfast, walking across the entrance hall toward Charms, he felt something shift in the castle. Not seismic, not literally. More like the castle's ambient magic, that accumulated thousand-year presence he could feel as naturally as he felt temperature, had done something. Had changed. Had registered something. He stopped walking. Put his hand against the wall. Listened. Harry. Hermione was 2 steps ahead. The castle's wards, he said slowly. Something touched them. From outside. Something large. She came back to him. Ron turned. Large how? Ron said. Like, he searched for the right description. The way a large ship creates a wake and the wake reaches the shore before the ship does. He frowned. Something is coming that has already sent its effect ahead of it. He straightened up. They went to Charms. He sat through Flitwick's lesson with part of his attention on the material and the rest of it on the specific quality of what he'd felt in the wall, running it over, reading it, trying to determine its source and its nature, the way you keep touching your tongue to an unusual taste to try to identify it. By lunch he had it. Fudge, apparently, had made a decision. The letter the owl had brought, which Dumbledore shared over lunch with McGonagall and Lupin and which Harry was able to piece together from their conversation, conducted at the staff table in low voices, was a notice of extraordinary measures. The Ministry had decided that standard classification and containment procedures being evidently insufficient, they were invoking an older instrument. Something from the Ministry's founding charter. A provision that had never been used in its 200-year history because no one had ever believed circumstances sufficient to warrant it. The veil. Not the veil in the Department of Mysteries, Harry knew about that, the curtained archway through which things passed and didn't return. A different veil. A conceptual one. The Ministry had the legal authority, under its founding charter, to issue what was called a reality exclusion, a declaration that a specific being was so fundamentally incompatible with the ordered structure of wizarding reality that their continued existence within that reality constituted a form of trespass. It's never been used, Hermione said at dinner, her voice very controlled, when Harry had shared what he'd pieced together. The provision exists, but it's theoretical. Like a nuclear option. The practical effect, legally, would be, it would mean that your presence on Ministry-defined magical territory is itself a crime. They could come after you simply for existing in wizarding space. They could try, Harry said. Harry, I know, he said. I hear the escalation. I see what they're doing. He looked at his plate, then up at her. But they're scared enough now to reach for something that has never been used in 200 years. Fear makes people escalate. Escalation makes people make mistakes. Their last 2 attempts created documented records of failure. This one will be the same. Unless, Ron said carefully, it actually does something. Harry considered this. Exclusion instruments work by denying category membership, he said slowly. By saying, this thing is not a member of this reality. To issue one, you need to have defined what this reality is. To have drawn a circle around it and said, this is what reality contains and does not contain. He paused. You cannot exclude something from a reality when that thing predates the definition of the reality. The instrument would need to exclude me from a reality that was defined after I already existed in it. So it just, doesn't apply, Ron said. It applies to things that came after the system was built, Harry said. I didn't come after the system was built. Hermione was quiet for a moment, thinking. There's another problem, she said. The founding charter. The ministry's foundational enchantments, the institutional magic that runs the building itself, the wards, the record-keeping, the classification systems. All of those require a coherent magical taxonomy to function. They're enchanted to maintain the categories that make the ministry possible. If you exist in deliberate, documented, witnessed opposition to those categories, she stopped. What? Ron said. She looked at Harry. The enchantments wouldn't necessarily fail all at once, she said, and her voice had taken on a specific quality, very careful, very precise, the voice she used when she was saying something she'd rather not say but absolutely had to. But structural enchantments that run on categorical coherence, if the categories are being actively disproven at a fundamental level, repeatedly, in their own documentation, they could become unstable. Progressively. They could start to collapse, Harry said. She looked at him. Harry. The ministry building itself. The foundational enchantments have been running continuously since 1707. If they begin to fail, nothing catastrophic, Harry said. I'm not going to bring a building down on anyone. You might not have to intend to, she said. That's what I'm telling you. The enchantments run on categories. You are a disproof of the categories. The longer this goes on, the more the ministry insists on engaging with you in their official record, trying to classify you, trying to contain you, trying to exclude you, the more their own documentation records the failure of their own categories, and the more the enchantments that depend on those categories erode, Harry said. Structurally, she said. Yes. He sat with this. The great hall moved around them, dinner, conversation, the ordinary evening, oblivious and warm and ongoing. He thought about Fudge in his purple robes, genuine in his own way, frightened and stubborn and building an instrument he'd never used before because he'd run out of ones he had. He thought about Lucius Malfoy, calculating, behind everything, pulling strings with the smooth efficiency of someone who had spent decades perfecting the skill. He thought about the ministry building, 200 years old, its foundational enchantments humming along in the basement, run on the categories that had made wizarding order possible, categories that were already stressed and would continue to be stressed every time someone in an official capacity tried to classify something that could not be classified. When are they coming? He asked. The letter said 3 days, Hermione said. Monday. 3 days. The weekend between now and the thing. Right, he said. He looked at Ron. Quidditch practice tomorrow? Ron blinked. Wood scheduled it, yeah. 2 hours, 7 in the morning. Good, Harry said. I want a proper fly. Ron stared at him. They're coming with a centuries-old legal instrument that's never been used before to exclude you from existing in wizarding reality, and you want a fly. It's Saturday, Harry said. And I want a proper fly. He picked up his fork. Monday is Monday. Tonight is tonight. He ate his dinner. The fire in the great hall crackled. Outside the windows the January dark pressed softly against the glass, and very far below in the lake the deep, patient thing breathed in its cold dark, and somewhere in the forbidden forest something old moved between the trees, and in London the ministry's machinery turned and prepared and documented its preparations and records that were already, at their categorical foundations, beginning to ask questions they had no mechanism for answering. Saturday morning. 7 o'clock. The pitch was white with frost and the sky was the particular blue of very early winter morning, sharp and clear and infinite. Harry flew. Not practicing. Not running drills, though Wood made the rest of the team do drills with considerable enthusiasm. Just flying, taking his nimbus high above the pitch until the school below was a detailed miniature and the mountains beyond were close and real and the wind at altitude was clean and cold and came from everywhere at once. He did nothing that required intention. He flew, which was its own thing, its own sufficient state of being, the specific joy of height and speed and the body working with physics rather than against it. He thought about his mother. About Sirius. About Voldemort at the edge of the forest, looking at the stars. He thought about Ron and Hermione, who were down there somewhere, warm and ordinary and choosing to be here, which was the bravest thing anyone had ever done in his presence and the thing he was most grateful for. He thought about the ministry, 3 days away. He didn't think about it anxiously. He thought about it the way you think about weather, something coming, real, requiring preparation and attention, but not something to be afraid of, because fear doesn't change weather. You wear the right coat. You go outside anyway. He dove. Fast, the way he dove for snitches, fully committed, no partial measures, the ground coming up fast and cold and real below him, and pulled up at the last moment with his hair in his eyes and his whole body singing with the specificity of the moment, the absolute now of it, and leveled out 20 feet above the pitch in a smooth arc that brought him back around to the spectator stands where Hermione and Ron were watching. "Show off," Ron called. He grinned and did it again, smaller this time, a tight banking turn that ended with him hovering at their eye level, 5 feet off the ground, the nimbus easy under him. "Feeling better?" Hermione asked. "I was fine before," he said. "You were fine before in the specific way you're always fine," she said, which is comprehensive and genuine and also occasionally exhausting to witness. She looked at him steadily. "It's all right to not be entirely fine sometimes, Harry." He looked at her. The morning light was bright and cold and fell on her face with the specific clarity of winter light, which doesn't flatter anything but shows things as they actually are. She meant it. She meant all of it, the observation, the permission implicit in it, the offered space. "I know," he said. He came down to ground level and stood there with the nimbus in his hand and thought about honesty in the particular way he thought about things he needed to say carefully. "I'm not scared of Monday. I genuinely mean that. But I hold it. All of it. The weight of what I am, what it means, what it's going to keep meaning." He looked at her, then at Ron. "I hold Voldemort at the edge of the forest and what I felt looking at him. I hold my mother and what she chose. I hold the ministry trying to exclude me from reality." He paused. "It's not weight the way fear is weight. But it's there." Ron came down from the stands and stood next to Hermione and they both looked at him with the particular attention of two people who have decided this person is worth the full of their attention. "We hold it too," Ron said simply. "That's what we're here for." Harry looked at them. Said nothing, because what he felt was too true for words, which sometimes happens and is its own communication. They walked back to the castle for breakfast. Monday came. The ministry delegation was larger than any previous visit, 12 people, 2 carriages, an escort of 8 aurors in full official robes. Fudge was there in purple again. Umbridge's clipboard had been supplemented by a scroll the size of a small telescope. A man Harry hadn't seen before carried the reality exclusion instrument in a sealed ministry case, a wizard of 50, precise and uncomfortable, with the expression of someone who had been asked to do something he had technical reservations about and had been overridden. They came to the great hall. The pattern was repeating but louder, more people, more documentation, higher stakes written into every formal detail. Dumbledore met them. The faculty were arranged as before. Students packed the doorways and the upper galleries. Harry sat in a chair in the center of the cleared floor and waited. Fudge began the formal language of the reality exclusion. Long, elaborate, 200 years of legal architecture built into the sentences. The man with the technical reservations, whose name was Saul, Harry would later learn, and who would write a very interesting account of the day, opened the ministry case and produced the instrument, which was a rod of carved obsidian encased in ministry silver, and which had been enchanted in 1707 and never used since, and looked it. The instrument was designed to locate the target's magical signature, define it as incompatible with the ordered structure of wizarding reality, and formally exclude it. It would create a binding in the ambient magic of the space that would function like a wall, the target would become unable to exist in any ministry-governed magical territory. Saul activated it. The obsidian rod glowed. Reached out, Harry felt it, the specific seeking quality of an enchantment looking for a purchase, looking for something to grab onto. He let it find him. The rod glowed more intensely. It was trying to define him. Trying to find the edges of his magical signature, to locate its boundaries, to draw the line that said, here is where Harry Potter ends and reality begins. There was no line. Not because he was boundless in some vague poetic sense. Because his magical signature did not have boundaries in the way the instrument was designed to measure, it didn't start at a point and extend outward to an edge. It started before the measurement system that would let the instrument take a reading. It was like trying to measure the age of the universe with a clock that was invented last Tuesday. The rod's glow deepened. Deepened further. Into the color Harry recognized, the color between stars, the color of the pre-light state, the color the crystal orb had turned in December. And then something happened that was not on anyone's plan. In the Ministry of Magic in London, 250 miles south, the foundational enchantments in the basement, the ones that had been running continuously since 1707, the ones that maintained the categorical coherence on which the entire institution's infrastructure depended, began to fail. Not all at once. Not catastrophically. In the specific way that Hermione had described, progressively, structurally, the way a building fails when its foundation develops a crack that has been developing, actually, for months, stressed repeatedly by documented disproof of the categories on which it was built. The atrium's self-regulating lights went out. The lift stopped. The enchanted memos, which had been flying their constant routes through the building for 2 centuries, dropped mid-air, hundreds of them simultaneously, settling to the floor like a paper snowfall. The FLU network went intermittent, not failed, just unreliable, which for a system that had never been unreliable since its installation was alarming. The record-keeping enchantments began producing blank parchment where documents should have been. The Wisengamot's chamber, empty today, Monday, but always maintained, felt its containment wards waver. In the Ministry's Department of Mysteries, the unspeakables stopped what they were doing and looked at their instruments and began talking to each other in rapid, urgent tones. None of this was visible in the Great Hall. But Harry felt it. Felt the Ministry's magic, all the way from London, beginning its structural conversation with itself about what it contained and didn't, asking the questions that the instrument in Saul's hands was forcing into official form, finding no satisfactory answers, the enchantments that ran on those answers losing their purchase. The obsidian rod cracked. Clean, longitudinal, down its center. Not from any force Harry applied, from the internal stress of an enchantment that had found nothing to measure and had been running at full capacity trying to find something and had, simply, exhausted the metaphysical space between its own effort and its impossibility. Saul caught both halves. Held them. Looked at them. His technical reservations had resolved themselves into something simpler and more absolute. The great hall was extremely quiet. "Minister," Saul said. "The instrument has failed." He held up the 2 halves of the obsidian rod. The reality exclusion cannot be processed. The subject's existence does not overlap with the instrument's defined field of application in any way that would allow the enchantment to function. Fudge looked at the 2 halves of the obsidian rod. Looked at Harry. Looked back at the rod with the expression of a man who has spent his entire life believing that there was, in every situation, something else to try, and has arrived at the moment of understanding that this belief was specific to a particular size of situation. "Minister," Umbridge said. Her sweet voice was very tight. "We have additional." "No," Fudge said. She stopped. "No," he said again, quietly. He was looking at Harry, and Harry looked back, and in Fudge's face, underneath everything, the ambition, the fear, the institutional certainty, the performed confidence, there was a man who was genuinely, simply lost. "What are you?" he asked, and there was no policy in the question, no legal framework, no ministry procedure. Just the question. "Something that was here before you had the words for what's here," Harry said. He kept his voice quiet and level, nothing in it that would make Fudge feel small. Something that doesn't want to replace what you've built. I want to be at school. I want to be with my friends. I want to play Quidditch and do my homework and eat decent meals. He paused. But I cannot be what your categories need me to be. And every time you try to make me fit those categories, the categories get hurt, not me. In London, the lights in the atrium came back on. Partial. Insufficient. The memos stayed on the floor. Fudge looked at Harry for a long moment. At Dumbledore. At the faculty arranged at the walls, at the students packed into every available space above and around, all witnesses, all here, all part of the record that Harry had asked for months ago in a quiet conversation with Dumbledore that now had, today, its documentation. He looked at Lucius Malfoy. Lucius was standing near the door. He had not moved or spoken since the obsidian rod cracked, and his face had achieved an extraordinary stillness, not the performed neutrality of before, but the stillness of a man whose calculations have so thoroughly failed that no new calculation has yet arrived to replace them. He looked like someone standing in a room that has stopped being the room they thought they were in. Harry looked at him and let him look back, and whatever Lucius found in that look, he apparently found sufficient, because he turned, quietly, and walked out of the great hall. No one stopped him. We will need time, Fudge said. To Dumbledore, to the room, to no one specific. To assess what has happened today. To reassess the ministry's position. Of course, Dumbledore said. The delegation left. The Aurors left, two of them glancing back over their shoulders. Umbridge left with her clipboard pressed against her chest and her expression the specific one of someone who has survived something she hasn't yet processed. Saul left carrying the two halves of the obsidian rod with the careful attention of someone carrying evidence. The great hall, empty of the ministry, was for a moment silent. Then the students erupted. Not into chaos. Into the specific noise of 200 young people who have been holding their collective breath and have simultaneously released it, excited, frightened, exhilarated, confused, all of it at once, a roar of voices that filled the hall from flags to flagstones and bounced back doubled. Harry sat in his chair in the middle of it and let it wash over him and felt the castle around him, warm, old, certain, and felt the lake below, patient, and felt the thing in the lake, steady, and felt his mother in the foundations of what he was, present and intentional and specific, and felt Ron and Hermione moving toward him from where they'd been watching, and let all of it be true at once. He was 13 years old in a school where something extraordinary had just happened. He was also considerably older than that, in a world that had just been asked a question it would take a long time to answer. Both things. Always both. Right, Ron said, arriving at his side, breathing slightly fast, his ears red with the specific color they went when he was trying very hard not to show how much he felt something. That was the obsidian rod. The thing that's never been used. Cracked, Harry said. Cracked, Ron repeated, with a peculiar reverence. Harry, Hermione said. She was looking at him with bright eyes and a very straight spine, both of which meant she was having large feelings and was managing them with characteristic precision. In London. Just now. The ministry's foundational enchantments, I know, he said. How bad? Reparable, he said. But it'll take time. And they'll have to examine them, understand why they failed. And when they examine them they'll find the structural stress has been accumulating since December. He looked at her. They'll find the record. She closed her eyes briefly. Opened them. All right, she said. All right. What happens now? Harry looked around the great hall. At the students finding their voices, at the faculty beginning to restore order, at Dumbledore watching him from across the room with the expression of someone who has finally and completely relinquished a plan that was too small for the situation it was meant to manage. Now, Harry said, the ministry has to decide what it is. What it's for. What it wants to be when it can't rely on the categories it's always relied on. He stood. And that's their work to do. Not mine. He went to lunch. Chapter 7, The world after categories. The ministry building took 11 days to fully stabilize. Harry knew because Hermione tracked it. She had contacts now. She'd had contacts for months, built quietly through the school's owl post and a network of correspondence that Harry suspected even she hadn't fully planned, just grown naturally from her tendency to write letters to anyone who seemed to know something useful. One of her contacts was a junior unspeakable named Aldrich who had been at Hogwarts 2 years before them, who had been present on the Monday when the memos fell and who wrote to Hermione with the precise, controlled excitement of someone reporting something they couldn't officially report but urgently needed to tell someone. The basement enchantments are responding to remediation, his first letter said, 3 days after Monday. But they're not returning to their previous state. They're returning to a different stable state. Something shifted at a categorical level, and the new stability is built on different, the unspeakables are calling them revised assumptions. Some of the classification sub-enchantments aren't coming back at all. The ones that maintain the being/creature boundary specifically. The framework can't sustain them anymore without the supporting logic, and the supporting logic has been, well. Monday happened. Hermione read this letter at breakfast, twice, and then passed it to Harry without comment. He read it. Passed it to Ron. Ron read it. The being/creature enchantments aren't coming back, he said slowly. No, Hermione said. So the ministry can't magically enforce that distinction anymore. Not in the way they could before. She picked up her tea. They can still legislate it. Still write it into policy. But the foundational magic that made the categorization automatic, self-maintaining, part of the institutional infrastructure, that's gone. Any classification now has to be done consciously. Deliberately. And documented clearly enough to withstand examination. She looked at them both. Which means it can be argued with. Challenged. Revised. That's better than what existed before, Harry said. Significantly, she said. Yes. Ron was quiet for a moment. He was looking at his porridge with the expression he wore when he was thinking something he wasn't sure was the right thing to think. People are going to say you broke the ministry, he said finally. People already are saying that, Hermione said. The prophet ran it yesterday, Ron said. He looked at Harry. You didn't read it. I don't read the prophet, Harry said. It's upset about things for a living. This one might matter though, Ron said carefully. Because it's not just the prophet. It's, Mum wrote. And Fred and George. And 3 different people from Gryffindor got letters from their parents over the weekend. The wizarding world is, he searched for the right word. Processing. Harry looked at him. What did your mum say? Ron's ears went slightly red. She said she was worried. And then she said she wanted to have you for the summer as she usually does and that nothing had changed about that. He paused. And then she wrote 3 separate lines telling me to make sure you were eating properly, which is very mum. Harry felt something warm land in his chest and settle there. Tell her I am, he said. I know you are, I'm the one eating meals with you, but she needs to hear it specifically. Ron went back to his porridge. The point is, people are talking, Harry. People with real concerns, not just the prophet being dramatic. Families who have kids at Hogwarts who watched what happened Monday and are trying to work out how to feel about it. How should they feel about it? Harry said. I don't know, Ron said honestly. Good, I think. The ministry trying to classify someone and lock them away for being what they are seems like the kind of thing we should be against. But it's big. It's easier to be against things in theory than when they happen right in front of you and the ministry building's lights go out. Harry nodded. He ate his toast and thought about it seriously, because Ron's point was serious. The wizarding world had been organized around certain certainties for a very long time, the ministry's authority chief among them, and certainties, when they crack, don't crack cleanly. They leave jagged edges. People cut themselves on jagged edges and sometimes they blame the stone rather than the crack, because the stone is easier to see. I'll talk to people, Harry said. If they want to talk. I'm not hiding what I am and I'm not performing it either. But if there are people with genuine questions, I'm not unavailable. Hermione looked at him with a very specific expression, the one that meant she'd been hoping he'd say something and he'd said it. Good, she said. Because Dumbledore would like to arrange something. A gathering, not a formal address, just an opportunity for staff and senior students to ask questions directly. He mentioned it to McGonagall and she mentioned it to me. When? Harry said. He suggested the end of the week. If you agreed. Harry considered. Thursday, he said. After dinner. She nodded, made a small note on her parchment with the automatic efficiency of someone who had been taking notes on the world for as long as they could hold a quill. The week between Monday and Thursday moved with a particular texture, not the tense anticipation of Monday's approach, but the specific quality of the aftermath, of a large event still reverberating. Students who had watched from the gallery came up to Harry in the corridors with widely varying degrees of subtlety, wanting to be near something they'd witnessed, wanting to confirm it had been real. He was patient with all of them, even the ones who were clumsy about it, even the fourth year who literally just stood next to him in the queue for potions without saying anything for 30 seconds before apparently deciding this was sufficient and leaving. Draco Malfoy came to him on Tuesday. Not in public. He found Harry in the library in the early evening, alone, which Harry suspected had been deliberate. He sat across the table without asking, which was bold in its own way, and looked at his hands for a moment before looking at Harry. My father, Draco said. Then stopped. Started again. He was at the ministry on Monday. I know, Harry said. The Aurors brought him in for questioning on Tuesday morning. He said it flatly, as though flatness was the only way to deliver information this size. About his involvement in, there's a list. A long one. The ministry's review of what he may or may not have been doing while using the tribunal process as a mechanism to, he stopped again. Harry waited. He's going to be tried, Draco said. The Wisengamot. For the things on the list, and for, using ministry procedure for personal ends, which apparently becomes a serious offense when the procedure in question contributed to structural damage to the foundational enchantments. He looked up. Did you know that would happen? Harry met his gaze. I knew that proper examination of the process would show the fingerprints on it, he said honestly. I didn't plan it as an attack on your father specifically. I planned for the record to be accurate, and accurate records of what happened to reflect what actually happened. Which included him, Draco said. Yes, Harry said. Which included him. Draco looked at him for a long moment. He looked, Harry thought, younger than usual, not in an endearing way, just genuinely, because the performance was gone, the posture and the sneer and the entire elaborate construction of Draco Malfoy public figure had dissolved somewhere between Tuesday morning when the Aurors came and Tuesday evening when he walked into this library. What was left underneath was a boy who was 16 years old and whose father was in trouble and who was sitting across from Harry Potter trying to work out what to do with a situation he hadn't built and couldn't dismantle. I'm not going to apologize for any of it, Draco said. I'm not asking you to, Harry said. My father believed what he was doing was right. He believed the ministry needed to be preserved. Protected from things that would destabilize it. His mouth tightened. He wasn't entirely wrong that you destabilize things. No, Harry said. He wasn't. He was wrong about what to do about it, Draco said, and this clearly cost him something. Yes, Harry said. He was. They looked at each other across the library table, and the specific absurdity of the situation, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy having a quietly honest conversation in the evening library, both of them products of a history that had pushed them toward each other as enemies with the careful engineering of people who had stakes in that particular opposition, sat in the air between them like a question. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now, Draco said. Not to Harry specifically. Just, out, into the space. Neither does anyone else, Harry said. That's all right. That's what now usually is. Draco looked at him. How are you so? He stopped. Calm. Harry offered. I was going to say settled. Harry thought about it. Because I know what I am, he said. Not all of it, I'm still learning the specifics. But the shape of it, the fact of it, I know. And when you know what you are, the external stuff, the ministry's opinion, other people's fear, what categories you do or don't fit, it stops being the thing that determines your equilibrium. He held Draco's gaze. Your father tried to build his certainty out of external things. Power, influence, the right connections. It works until it doesn't. And when it doesn't, there's nothing underneath. Draco was quiet. You're not your father, Harry said. Everyone says that, Draco said. Like it's simple. It's not simple, Harry said. It's actually quite hard. But it's true. Draco stood up. He didn't say anything else, which was its own kind of honesty. He left, and Harry watched him go, and went back to his transfiguration essay, and thought that whatever Draco became from here would be genuinely his own making, which was more than could be said for what he'd been before. The letter from Voldemort came on Wednesday. By Raven, the same kind that had delivered the first letter in September, large and glossy black, landing on the windowsill of the Gryffindor common room in the evening with a directness that suggested it had been waiting for a moment when Harry was alone near a window. He wasn't alone, Hermione was at the table behind him, Ron was in his chair by the fire, but close enough. The envelope was not black this time. White. Plain. His name in handwriting that was recognizably human, not the pressed-into-paper quality of the Leviathan script. Recognizably Tom Riddle's handwriting, Harry thought, though he'd never seen it before, there was something about its precision that felt like a young man who had learned to write in an orphanage and had made it a point of pride. He opened it. It was short. I have thought about it. I have not decided. But I am thinking about it still, which is more than I could have said 2 weeks ago. There are 6 remaining. The process is, as you predicted, not simple. But it is possible. I believe it is possible. I will be in contact when there is something definite to report. In the meantime, I have no current plans that require our opposition. Harry read it twice. Then he passed it to Hermione. She read it. Her face went through several things. She passed it to Ron. Ron read it with increasing wideness of eyes and then set it down on the arm of his chair and looked at the fire for a moment. He's calling himself TR, Ron said. Not Voldemort. I noticed, Harry said. That's not nothing. No, Harry agreed. It's not nothing. 6 remaining, Hermione said. Her voice was careful and measured. Horcruxes. If one was in you, it's not anymore, Harry said. He said it with the flat certainty of something he'd known for a while but hadn't yet said aloud. After the defense class exercise. When I went into the deep memory. Whatever piece of him had lodged in me when the curse rebounded, I felt it, in the deep. It wasn't part of me. It was sitting in me the way a splinter sits in skin, present but foreign, and when I went all the way down and the thing in the lake recognized me, it just, he paused. It didn't belong there, and the deep knew it, and it let go. Hermione and Ron looked at him. You should have mentioned that, Hermione said. I know, he said. I was processing. Harry. A Horcrux. Just, dissolved. The deep is considerably older than whatever Horcrux magic runs on, Harry said. It didn't really engage with it as a Horcrux. Just recognized it as something that didn't belong and, declined to hold it. Ron made a sound. It was a complicated sound, the specific sound of someone who has been adjusting their understanding of reality for approximately 5 months now and has arrived at a point where the adjustments are coming faster than his ability to be surprised by them. Right, he said. So Voldemort actually does have 6 left. And he's working on it. That's what the letter says, Harry said. Do we trust that? Harry thought about it. I trust that he's thinking about it, he said. Whether thinking about it turns into doing something about it, that I don't know. I told him it was his work to do. I meant that. I'm not monitoring him. I'm not enforcing it. He looked at the fire. But the door's open. And he knows it's open. And that changes something, even if it doesn't change everything. Ron nodded slowly. If he actually does it, he said. If he actually destroys the Horcruxes, what does that leave? A very old, very damaged man who's done terrible things and is somehow still alive without the magic holding him together. Something like that, Harry said. The Ministry will want him. Yes. And justice, Hermione said quietly. The people he's hurt. Killed. That doesn't disappear because he's making a different choice. No, Harry said. It doesn't. And I didn't tell him it would. I told him the truth, that people would need things from him that would be hard to give. That he'd carry what he'd done. He looked at her. I'm not forgiving him. That's not mine to give. I'm just, leaving the door open. What he does with it is what it is. She nodded. Looked at the letter on the arm of Ron's chair. Keep that safe, she said. Obviously, Ron said, folding it carefully and tucking it away with the specific care of someone who has decided this document matters. Thursday came gray and mild for January, the cold retreating slightly, the grounds losing the worst of their frost. After dinner the great hall was rearranged, not to the formal tribunal configuration, not to the structured classroom layout. Dumbledore had the tables shifted to the sides and chairs arranged in a loose, large circle in the center, which was an interesting choice and Harry appreciated what it meant. A circle meant no head of the table, no elevated position, no official configuration. Just people in a room. About 60 people came. Faculty, 7th years, a handful of 6th years who had been specifically thoughtful about it rather than just curious. Sirius was there, in human form, because Harry had asked and Dumbledore had, after a long conversation, agreed to allow it, on the basis that Sirius's presence was something the evening needed and his absence from Azkaban was a matter of some urgency that they were separately addressing through back channels. Sirius sat with his shoulder against the wall and his long legs stretched out and looked thin and watchful and real, and when Harry came in Sirius gave him a look that said several things without saying any of them, all of them good. Harry sat in the circle. Dumbledore sat across from him. Everyone else sat where they sat, and the room settled into a particular kind of quiet, not nervous, not reverential, just the specific quiet of people who have decided to be present for something rather than just adjacent to it. I want to start, Harry said, without preamble, by saying that no one has to be comfortable with what I am. You don't have to be comfortable with it, and I'm not going to perform being harmless in order to make it easier. He looked around the circle, making actual eye contact, not scanning the room but landing on people briefly and actually. What I am is real. What it means for the Ministry, for the world, that's all real too. And I think the most useful thing I can do tonight is just, answer questions honestly. So. What do you want to know? A pause. Then Neville, because it was Neville, and Harry would never stop appreciating that it was always Neville who moved first in the moments when moving first required actual courage, said, Are you dangerous? Yes, Harry said. Genuinely dangerous, in the sense that I am capable of things that could cause harm if I chose to use them that way. He looked at Neville. I don't choose to. But I think pretending I'm not capable of it would be dishonest, and you deserve honesty. Why don't you? Neville said. Because dangerous doesn't mean cruel, Harry said. I'm dangerous the way a very deep river is dangerous, not because it wants to harm anything, but because it's very deep and very real and ignoring that fact is unwise. The river isn't trying to drown you. It's just being the river. He paused. I'm just being what I am. What does that mean for us? A 7th-year Hufflepuff named Rosa asked. Her voice was steady, genuinely curious rather than frightened. For the people who are just, living alongside you? Mostly it means nothing unusual, Harry said. My day-to-day is the same as anyone's. I eat meals and go to class and do homework badly and Quidditch well. The deeper part of me doesn't have interests in your ordinary life. It doesn't want anything from you. He held her gaze. What it does mean is that threats, to me or to people I care about, are met with something that the Ministry has now established cannot be contained by conventional means. That's the practical reality. He let that sit for a moment. Is that frightening? It might be. But I'd rather you know it than not. McGonagall, who had been sitting with her back very straight and her expression that of someone who has decided to engage fully with the situation rather than manage it, said, "What happened to the Ministry's foundational enchantments? Was that intentional?" "No," Harry said. "Not as an attack. Not as a demonstration." He thought about how to explain it clearly. The Ministry's enchantments ran on categorical certainty, the idea that everything in the magical world can be defined and the definition will hold. Every time the Ministry tried to define me and the definition failed in their own documentation, it stressed the enchantments. Like a calculation that keeps producing wrong answers, stressing the program running it. He looked at McGonagall. "I didn't attack the enchantments. The enchantments attacked themselves, trying to accommodate something they couldn't accommodate. And the enchantments that didn't return," she said. "The being/creature classifications. Those needed the categorical certainty to function," Harry said. "The certainty isn't there anymore. Not because it was destroyed. Because it was publicly, repeatedly, documented as insufficient. You can't make an enchantment work by pretending the disproof didn't happen." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Then she said, with the precise evenness of someone delivering a verdict, that distinction, being versus creature, has been used to deny rights, agency, and legal personhood to an enormous number of beings for 200 years. Goblins. Centaurs. Werewolves. She glanced, briefly, at Lupin, who met her gaze with a steadiness that Harry read as someone who has spent years being on the wrong side of that line and is sitting in a room where something about it has just changed. The removal of that enchantment is not only a consequence of what happened. It is, perhaps, an overdue correction. The room was quiet. Lupin said, "Yes." Just that. Just the single word, very quiet, and it landed in the room with the specific weight of something that has been waiting to be said for a long time. A Gryffindor 7th year, Marcus, who was thoughtful and quiet and had been listening hard, said, "What about you-know-who?" He glanced around the room apologetically. "Voldemort." "What happened at the forest?" "We heard something happened." Harry looked at him. "I spoke to him," he said. "He came to the edge of the forest in January. He's connected to me, a remnant of the curse that killed my parents created a connection between us that I can feel. He'd been feeling the pull of it all year and he came." He paused. "I told him the truth. The same kind of truth I'm telling here, that the path he's on leads nowhere worth going, and that the alternative is genuinely available if he chooses it." The room's quiet deepened. "And?" Marcus said carefully. "He's thinking about it," Harry said. Someone exhaled. Several someones. "That's terrifying," a 6th-year Harry didn't know by name said, not accusatorially, just honestly. "Yes," Harry agreed. "I understand why." He looked at the person who'd said it. "It's terrifying because it removes a simple narrative, the Dark Lord as irredeemable evil to be defeated. What I'm describing is a person who did terrible things and who has been offered a way out, which is infinitely more complicated than defeat." He paused. "Simple narratives are easier to live with. But I am not able to give you simple narratives. I can only give you what's true. What if he doesn't choose it?" Hermione said from across the circle. She asked it the way she asked things in class, not because she didn't know the answer but because she thought the question needed to be in the room. "Then we deal with what comes," Harry said. "With whatever resources are available. I'm not passive in the face of it, I simply don't lead with force when something else is available. He held her gaze. You know me well enough to know I mean both parts of that. She did. The room could see that she did, and watching Hermione Granger, whom most of the room had known for 3 years as the person most likely to find the correct answer and the safest path, watching her receive this with absolute confidence changed the room's feeling about it in a way that Harry couldn't have managed on his own. Sirius spoke from his place against the wall. He spoke carefully, with the specific thoughtfulness of someone choosing words that are going to land with weight. I spent 12 years in Azkaban for something I didn't do. The Ministry had every instrument of certainty at its disposal, classification, evidence, procedure, authority, and it used all of them to do something wrong. He paused. What happened Monday is the beginning of those instruments being examined honestly. That examination is going to be difficult and complicated, and it's going to require a lot of work from a lot of people. He looked around the circle. But it's a different kind of work than pretending the instruments are fine. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Your mother, Sirius said, spent 2 years figuring out what she was carrying. What you might carry. She was frightened of it and fascinated by it, and she did both of those things with complete honesty, which was very Lily. He paused. She told me once that the thing she wanted most for you, if you ever came to understand what you were, was for you to be in a room full of people who knew and chose to stay anyway. He looked at the room. I think she got it. The room was very still. Harry looked at his hands for a moment. Then around the circle, at Hermione with her bright careful eyes, at Ron with his jaw set and his ears the warm red of his best feelings, at Neville who had asked the first question, at McGonagall who had said what needed saying about the being/creature boundary, at Lupin who had said simply yes in a single word that held 12 years in it, at Sirius who had just said the truest thing said in this room all evening, at 60 people who had chosen to be here and had asked real questions and received real answers and were still here. Thank you, Harry said. He said it to the room, and meant the room. For being here. For asking. For this. He gestured at the space between them all, which was not nothing. Which was, in fact, exactly what his mother had wanted. The world after this is going to need a lot of people who know how to sit in uncertainty and ask honest questions instead of reaching for the nearest comfortable category. I think that's most of the people in this room. Dumbledore said, from across the circle, it is all of them. He said it simply, without qualification. The circle broke gradually, the way evenings end, not all at once, but in ones and twos, people standing, talking, the formal structure of the circle dissolving back into the ordinary movement of people in a room. Harry stayed seated for a while, watching it happen. Hermione sat next to him. Ron pulled his chair over. Your mum would have liked this, Ron said. According to Sirius. I think so, Harry said. She'd have had questions, Hermione said. Extraordinary, extremely specific, deeply researched questions. Definitely, Harry said. I'd have liked her, Hermione said, and she said it simply, the way true things are simple. She'd have liked you, Harry said. She'd have found your questions irresistible. The Ministry, in the following weeks, did what wounded institutions do, it audited itself. Slowly, loudly, with considerable internal disagreement and a great deal of parchment. Fudge resigned on the 1st of February. Not dramatically, he wrote a letter to the Wisengamot that was, by all accounts, surprisingly honest, acknowledging that the Ministry had pursued a course of action that was not only unsuccessful but fundamentally misconceived. He said that the Classification Act needed comprehensive review. He said that institutional enchantments that ran on unexamined assumptions were a structural vulnerability rather than a strength. He said that he had been in his position for too long to be the right person to navigate what came next. Harry read the coverage in the Daily Prophet over breakfast and found it more affecting than he'd expected. Not that Fudge had resigned, that was the right outcome. But the honesty of it. Fudge had been wrong in the specific way of someone who genuinely believed they were protecting something worth protecting, and the honesty of his admission contained the dignity of that genuine belief even in its wrongness. "Amelia Bones is being discussed as a replacement," Hermione said, reading her own copy. "She's good. She's honest, she understands law properly, and she was one of the people who raised formal objections to the tribunal procedure back in December." "Good," Harry said. Lucius Malfoy's trial was set for March, which Hermione had mixed feelings about. She found the timing both appropriate and insufficient, which was a very Hermione response. Harry thought it was probably right. Consequences needed to exist. The record needed to include them. Sirius's situation was resolved with surprising efficiency once Dumbledore turned his full attention to it, which involved a combination of pensive memories, for character witnesses, a review of the original investigation that turned up significant procedural failures, and the new ministry's somewhat chastened willingness to examine cases where previous certainty had been incorrectly applied. His hearing was in February. He was cleared in early March, which meant he came to meet Harry on the Hogwarts grounds on a Saturday morning in March looking like a man who had been somewhere impossible for a long time and had just come back, blinking in the light of it. He looked better. Still thin, still marked by 12 years that couldn't be unmarked. But his eyes were different. Less guarded. Something in him that had been held at enormous cost had been set down. Harry met him at the gate and they walked the grounds for an hour in the early March sun, which was tentative and thin but genuinely there, and they talked about nothing significant, about Sirius's plans, about finding somewhere to live, about whether his motorbike was still in existence and who might have kept it, about Quidditch. The ordinary things of two people who have decided they are family and are finding out what that means in practice. At one point Sirius stopped walking and looked at Harry with the specific expression Harry had come to recognize as the one that preceded something true. "She'd be so proud," he said. "Your mother. Not proud the way people say it about grades or Quidditch wins. Proud in the structural sense. Proud that what she left you turned out to be what she hoped." "She left me everything," Harry said. "Yes," Sirius said. "She did." They walked on. The grounds were green and cold and the lake was brilliant in the thin sun and the mountains were close and real. Harry felt the lake the way he always felt it, the ancient breathing thing in its depth, patient and steady. It had known him now for most of a year. The knowing sat easy. March also brought a letter that Harry had been half expecting and half not. Black envelope. Raven. His name in the pressed-into-paper script. He opened it in the dormitory, alone, in the early morning before anyone else was up. "The first one is done." It was the diary. "It has been done for some time, destroyed by you, as it happens, in your second year, though you did not know what it was. I have counted it. 5 remain. The process is, as described. I will not pretend it is not what it is. But I have started, and that is different from not having started. I do not know who I will be when it is finished. I think that is the correct question to be uncertain about." Harry read it. Sat with it. Felt the morning light coming slowly through the dormitory windows, pale and real. He thought about a boy in an orphanage who had been extraordinary and had no one to tell him what to do with it. He thought about the terrible, specific way that untended power becomes a wound that the person carrying it tries to make into a weapon because a weapon at least has a use. He thought about what it must cost, what it must genuinely, actually cost, to turn around after 40 years of moving in one direction and decide to move differently. Not redemption. Nothing as clean as that. Just the decision to stop, and face what had been done, and do the terrible work of becoming someone who could carry it without making it into more destruction. He wrote back. Short. Good. One at a time. I'm not going anywhere. H. He sent it by school owl, to an address that was not an address in any conventional sense but that the owl understood anyway, because owls were ancient pragmatic creatures who had been delivering mail to complicated recipients since before the postal system had opinions about it. April. The grounds green and properly now, the lake brilliant, the mountains snow-capped against a blue sky that had earned its blueness after a long winter. Harry sat on the edge of the astronomy tower, his spot, the place he came to think without being the thing people needed him to be in shared spaces, with his legs dangling over the edge and his face in the sun and his eyes closed. He felt the castle under him, its deep warm accumulated memory. He felt the lake below, the thing in its depths that had made itself known in November and had been a steady, breathing presence in his awareness since. He felt the shadow at the axis of himself, the Leviathan in the depth, both of them simply present the way they were always present, not intrusive, not overwhelming, just dimensions, the additional axes along which he existed without fuss. He felt Hermione and Ron somewhere in the castle below, in the specific way he'd developed for people he cared about, not tracking them, just aware of them the way you're aware of warmth. Hermione was in the library. Ron was on the pitch, helping Ginny practice. She had seeker ambitions and had been asking Ron to help her with the diving turns, and Ron was terrible at the diving turns himself but had all the theoretical knowledge and a willingness to be enthusiastic about it that was its own kind of useful. He felt serious, somewhere in Scotland, in the cottage Dumbledore had found him through channels Harry didn't inquire too closely about. Serious at his own place, which was a new thing, a thing he was still adjusting to with the careful happiness of someone who has been given back something they'd stopped believing they'd ever have. He felt the letter from TR that had come yesterday. The second. It is done. For remain. Short, factual, the writing of someone who was not yet sure what register to use for this particular correspondence but was choosing brevity as a safe default. Harry had written back in kind. Noted. For to go. Which was insufficient as communication but sufficient as acknowledgement, which he thought was right. He felt the world that had existed before the year started and the world that existed now, and the space between them that had been made by an enormous number of individual moments, conversations, confrontations, choices, questions asked and answers given, obsidian rods cracked and paper burned and things tried and things that hadn't worked. The space between the worlds was not empty. It was full of work. Work that had been done and work that remained and work that would take years and work that would never be finished, which was fine, which was how real things went. He heard the door to the astronomy tower open behind him and turned his head without getting up. Dumbledore came out onto the platform with the specific care of a very old man who has decided stairs are still worth the effort. He carried 2 cups of tea, which Harry found charming, and offered one, which Harry accepted. They sat, Harry on the edge with his legs still dangling, Dumbledore in the chair someone had left up here years ago and which had been here as long as Harry could remember. The afternoon sun sat on them both equally. You wanted to talk, Harry said. I always want to talk, Dumbledore said. In my experience, the wanting is the easy part. The talking is where it becomes interesting. He held his tea in both hands. I wanted to say something. Without agenda, without strategy, without any of the considerations that have shaped many of our previous conversations. All right, Harry said. I have spent 50 years, Dumbledore said, being the person who plans. I became it gradually, the way one becomes most things, through necessity, then through habit, then through identity. I began to understand the planning as the thing itself. As wisdom. As stewardship. He looked out over the lake. I met you when you were 11, and I saw, not what you were, because I didn't know. But I saw someone who required planning around. Someone who needed to be positioned carefully. Who needed to be managed toward a specific outcome. He paused. I treated you as a variable in a calculation. I know, Harry said. Without blame. Just acknowledgement. I was wrong in a way that is more interesting to me now than simply being wrong, Dumbledore said. I was wrong because I was working from a framework that assumed everything could be understood and positioned. That wisdom was the ability to see the full shape of things and arrange your pieces accordingly. He looked at Harry. You are the thing that the framework couldn't contain. Not because you're too powerful for frameworks, that would be too simple. But because the kind of thing you are doesn't exist in a framework's vocabulary. Frameworks describe things. You predate description. He sipped his tea. What I'm trying to say, he said, is that I don't know how to be useful to you in the way I know how to be useful to most things. And I've spent several months being uncomfortable with that. And I've decided that being uncomfortable with it is the right response, and that the useful thing to do is to sit in the discomfort rather than reach for a version of my role that fits better but is less honest. He held Harry's gaze. So I am telling you, simply, I don't know what to do with you. And I am glad you exist. And I am sorry for treating you as a piece rather than a person. Harry looked at him. The old blue eyes were completely clear, not performing wisdom, not processing strategy, just a man saying a true thing to another person. Thank you, Harry said. For saying that. He thought about it. I've never needed you to know what to do with me. I needed you to be honest about what you didn't know. This is that. It is, Dumbledore agreed. Better late than never. Yes, Harry said. Though on time would have been fine too. Dumbledore laughed. A genuine one, the kind that reached all the way up, and Harry smiled at the sound of it, and they sat in the afternoon sun on the astronomy tower drinking tea and saying nothing else for a while, which was its own kind of conversation. Below them the school went on doing what schools did, learning, arguing, practicing, worrying about exams, falling in and out of complicated social arrangements with the specific intensity of adolescence. The lake gleamed. The mountains stood. The ancient breathing thing in the water breathed. Hogwarts held them all in its 1,000-year memory, one more afternoon pressed gently between its pages. The last day of term was warm and chaotic and smelled of trunks being packed and someone having set off a minor firework in the second-floor corridor, which turned out to be Fred and George but only retrospectively, after they'd gone. Harry packed his trunk with the specific feeling of completing something, a year, yes, but more than a year. The shape of the year was not the shape he'd expected when he got on the train at King's Cross in September, and the shape of himself was not the shape it had been then either, though the difference was harder to name. He was the same. He was also more himself than he had been. The two things weren't contradictions. He carried the trunk down to the entrance hall and found Ron and Hermione already there, Hermione with her trunk perfectly organized and already labeled and Ron with his at an angle that suggested he'd come down the stairs faster than was wise. Third year, Ron said, looking up at the castle's entrance hall ceiling. Done. Done, Harry agreed. We survived the ministry, the Dementor infestation, the boggart, the rogue obsidian rod. Don't call it a rogue obsidian rod, Hermione said. A Voldemort visit, a Lucius investigation. Don't summarize it, it sounds silly when you summarize it. And whatever the thing in the lake is, Ron finished, looking at Harry. The Leviathan anchor, Harry said. That, Ron said. We survived all that. He considered. I feel like that should be worth more than just summer homework. You feel summer homework is insufficient recognition for surviving a ministry institutional collapse, Hermione said. I feel it could at least be a shorter book list. The book list is exactly the right length. You think every book list is exactly the right length. Every book list I recommend is exactly the right length, she said, with the precision of someone distinguishing between things that sound the same and aren't. Harry watched them argue with the warm, particular pleasure of something that has been true all year and continues to be true, the comfort of a constant. He felt the castle behind him, warm and old and real, pressing a year of memory into its stone the way it pressed all years, accumulating, building the thing that had greeted him when he went deep, all that compressed history of learning and growing and being young and afraid and brave and curious and ordinary. He pressed his hand flat against the stone of the wall. Just for a moment. The castle hummed. Recognized the touch. Let him go. He picked up his trunk. The three of them went out into the June sun, which was warm and uncomplicated and fell on all three of them with complete indifference, which was exactly right. The train south was loud and easy, the carriage filled with the summer-adjacent energy of students finished with something, looking forward to the next thing. Ron fell asleep before they'd cleared the grounds. Hermione was reading, not a school text, an actual novel, which Harry had bought her for Easter and which she'd been protecting from accidental damage since, with the care of someone who loves a book and knows herself. Harry looked out the window. The highlands slid past, green and enormous and real, mountains giving way to hills giving way to the particular quality of the lower country, the world getting flatter and more human-scaled. He watched it with the comfortable attention he brought to things he liked looking at. He thought about the summer. About Sirius's cottage, which he had an invitation to visit. About Hermione's family, who had been told approximately the truth about the year and had responded with the specific worried pragmatism of dentists, which was its own kind of comfort. About the Weasleys' house, which smelled of cooking and wood polish and was crowded in the warmth-producing way of a place where people actually wanted to be. He'd been promised time at all three, and the promise sat good in his chest. He thought about TR's letter. For remaining. One at a time. He thought about Fudge's resignation letter. About Amelia Bones beginning to understand what the ministry needed to be rebuilt into. About the being/creature classification enchantments that were gone and were not coming back and the review process that had started in their absence. About Draco Malfoy, last seen in the entrance hall saying a careful, effortful goodbye to Blaise Zabini in a way that suggested Draco was practicing at choosing his own people rather than inheriting them. He thought about the thing in the lake, which he would feel less clearly from a distance but which would not stop being there, which was the nature of things that had been there since before the school was built. He thought about his mother. He thought about her at 16, finding the records. At 20, telling Sirius. At 21, making the choice. All of it one continuous arc, all of it on purpose, all of it leading here, to a train going south through a green country, to Harry Potter with his chin in his hand and his green eyes on the window and a year's worth of something completed and real sitting warm in the architecture of what he was. She'd wanted this for him. This specific thing, not safety, not simplicity, not a world with the sharp edges filed off. She'd wanted him known. In a room full of people who chose to stay. He was known. Hermione turned a page. Ron snored very slightly. The train moved south. Outside the window the world was enormous and various and continuing, full of things not yet settled and things just beginning and things that would take years and work and honesty and people willing to sit with complicated questions rather than reaching for comfortable answers. Full of institutions deciding what they were for. Full of one former Dark Lord doing something that might be the most difficult thing he had ever done, one Horcrux at a time. Full of a rebuilt ministry trying to understand what categories were for and what happened when the categories were wrong. Full of a school pressing another year into its stone. Harry watched the world go past and felt himself in it, completely, specifically, in all his dimensions, the visible ordinary one and the enormous underneath, and felt it feel him back, the way the castle had, the way the lake did, the way the deep thing breathed. He was here. He was exactly here, in this seat, on this train, going south into a summer that was his. He was also considerably more than what was visible, older than this body, older than this story, patient as geological time and rooted in the deep below everything. Both things. The fullness of both things, held without contradiction, without apology, without the need for any category to make it make sense. That was what his mother had left him. That was what he was. He was all right with it. Actually, he thought, as the highlands gave way to hills and the sun came through the window warm and particular and real, he was more than all right. He was, in all the ways that mattered, exactly where he was supposed to be.